Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning, all.
And Macro Strategist Extraordinaire, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig. How are you?
Good, Jim. Good morning.
Well, woke up this morning and, it seems like we have some markets that are at extremes. Equities still ripping, Bitcoin breaking out. We have crude falling out of bed, all sorts of stuff going on. Shai, tell us what kind of news cycle is going on right now overnight, and what are we up against?
We got a lot going on, but first I wanted to talk about NinjaTrader Prop and what that is about. So NT Technology launched a new platform experience for prop traders under new brands. So we'll have NinjaTrader Prop and Tradeavate Prop will give traders a complete toolkit to support every stage of their prop journey, from navigating evaluations to pursuing fundings. And these two platforms, NinjaTrader Prop and Tradeavate Prop, will be available through top prop firms, including Take Profit Trader, Apex Trader Funding, and My Funded Futures. As the leading trading platform, NinjaTrader Group is strengthening its commitments to prop traders. So we just wanted to talk about that a little bit because there were seemed to be a lot of questions yesterday, and we'll put the link to that announcement in the chat. And so exciting news for NinjaTrader. Moving on to the overnight news.
By the way, Shai, on that note, just let me kind of throw out here. I mean, I joined, I don't know, 4 years ago or something like that, and our CEO Marty recognized long before that this idea of he used the term back then, rise of retail. And Pax would be like, no, it's rise of independent traders, with a commitment to providing the best tools, the best education, the best training to help everybody succeed. And this is kind of the next step in evolution of that at NinjaTrader. So when I saw that press release, I was like, oh, this is so awesome, man. So anyway, back to the news.
All right, back to the news. So we did have an oil spike in the overnight because there was news that the U.S. is going to provide Ukraine with intelligence for long-range missile strikes on Russia's energy infrastructure, while the Trump administration is weighing sending powerful weapons and putting more Russian targets in range. Obviously, that did come back, but if you look at an oil chart to see that spike overnight, that was the reason that we did have that spike. Interesting, B of A came out today and said that oil might be the answer to data power center demand. We had Francisco Blanch, the head of commodities and derivatives at Bank of America, said that oil is about a third of the energy we consume. And even though it doesn't really play out that much into power generation, it could come back if prices stay that low. So definitely something I will be keeping an eye on. Then we have chip makers added $200 billion in global rally AI frenzy. So yesterday, chip makers saw their market value soar as investors rushed to get exposure to artificial intelligence, in the latest sign of a frantic bull run that is pushing tech stocks to all-time highs. I guess the sector is being swept up by a wave of good news from AI companies, including ChatGPT owner OpenAI. They now have a record $500 billion valuation on employee share sales, and that puts it at a higher valuation than Musk's SpaceX. So lot going on in there. And on the other side of that, we do have Morgan Stanley warned that cracks are forming in the AI capex boom. They said that given the Gen AI CapEx stories' centrality to both markets and the economy, the most important question for investors in the next year is, what inning are we in? When it comes to market discounting scenarios, we believe we are closer to the seventh than the first. He wrote in a note, Since April's low, the 3-year bull market's underlying narrative has seemed to make several attempts at evolving beyond one tied to Gen AI capex and productivity thesis. So, little downbeat from Morgan Stanley on the AI frenzy this morning. And that is the news that's moving markets overnight.
Well, that's something to talk about right off the bat. I mean, I'm going to go to Craig and ask, his opinion on this. Are we in bubble territory? I know we talked a little bit about it last week, but it seems to be kind of frothing up in the news here.
Yeah, we talked about this last week, and we've been talking about it for several weeks. Just is the narrative shifting on the AI story? Are people starting to get a little bit concerned about the overbuild and the profitability that'll be associated with it? I had pointed out that Micron news from a couple of weeks ago I thought was interesting. They reported a blowout number, and the stock corrected on that. And then you walk in yesterday, and the stock was up 8%, made an all-time high. So maybe there's maybe there's still a little bit more to go here, but it seems like what markets are picking up increasingly, in my view, is that we know the U.S. economy is starting to slow. We know the labor market is getting worse. We know the low-end consumer is struggling to pay bills, to pay mortgages, to pay back student loans, to pay back credit card debt. And so what markets do in that environment is they shift from value stocks back into growth stocks. In a no growth or in a slowing growth world, you want to own secular growth. Where is there secular growth? In the AI story, right? So that's a bit of what we saw yesterday in the tape under the hood. Financials were weak. Some of the low-end retailers were weak. Transports were weak. Things that were tied into the U.S. domestic labor story were weak. What was strong? Semis, big tech, AI, right? So you saw that shift again right off the bat for day one of the quarter. And it also seemed like yesterday we had that flow from 401ks coming in. First of the month flows. It's been a pretty, consistent theme, for a very long time. You get those 401k flows. They come in. Markets can maybe be weak in the overnight session or early in the morning, and then grind throughout the day as that money hits the market. So I think as we push through the rest of the week and into next week, we're going to have this dynamic in play where investors are thinking, okay, we know the economy is slowing, but we're not ready to give up on stocks yet. Volatility continues to be suppressed. I was looking, because there's no non-farm payroll number tomorrow, volatility for tomorrow's number has fallen by 2.5 handles since the beginning of the week. That sell-vol dynamic allows systematic traders to keep pushing. These vol control funds are staying in there. And so what we have is a tape that continues to grind higher. But under the hood, there is some dispersion that continues. And if you're looking for good stories, you can stick with those. You're looking at bad stories, you could short those. But overall, the indexes have remained pretty firm on back of these systematic flow dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up, Craig, the CME Group Fed Funds tool, I look at that every morning. First thing I do is surprisingly bearish early on. So in other words, the end of October is, in the 90% probability of a 25 bip cut. For the December meeting, it's high 80s probability, and that's a long way off to be for that number to be so big. For another 25 bip cut going into the end of the year, I'm wondering how much of the equity markets are thinking that this is a really good thing, this is a buoyant thing, and we're going to continue to drive through all the way to December.
Yeah, I think the labor data we got yesterday from ADP was confirmation that the Fed is going to be, continuing on this rate cut path. October, as you mentioned, is a done deal. December's basically a done deal. There's even going to be some talk now, probably for potential of a 50 basis point rate cut in December if the labor market continues to deteriorate at the pace that we, are seeing here over the course of the last few weeks. So far, traders have used that as a way to think about multiple expansion, right? Lower rates throughout the curve, allows for multiples to expand, and for companies that are showing strong earnings with multiple expansion, that's the holy grail. That's why you're getting breakouts in some of these big tech and big semi names. But for companies that are tied into the reason why the economy is slowing, a slowing labor market with a struggling consumer, where more folks are falling into the lower part of the K-shaped economy, 25 basis point rate cuts aren't really going to do much, right? Particularly if we have this secular dynamic in play about AI replacing labor, the rate cuts are only going to exacerbate the problem, right? It's just going to encourage more companies with cheaper money to put more money into compute and into AI spend. And it's not clear that we're going to get the labor market stabilizing like maybe the Fed thinks. And so that's going to be earnings degradation to those companies that are tied into the low-end consumer. And so again, this bifurcated market, this K-shaped economy, this K-shaped market is likely to continue. But overall, unless we get a massive wave of layoffs, which it doesn't really appear like we are so far, those 401k contributions are going to remain robust. And the passive flows are going to continue to come into the market. And yeah, if we get more rate cuts, it seems like folks are going to feel pretty good about gunning it for year end after a pretty strong year so far.
Yeah, so that begs the question, Shai. I mean, we have Atlanta GDP just came out again, high threes for Q4 of this year. But it seems like inflation is still a concern here. What's the balance that you're seeing between labor and inflation right now?
Well, I think that inflation is going to remain sticky. I think the Fed, by focusing on the labor market, has sort of put themselves in we'll accept a 2 to 3% range, even though they haven't said that out loud. That seems like what they're willing to accept for right now, because they have turned their focus on the labor market. And speaking of the labor market, there's an announcement that Trump does plan to use this shutdown to fire federal workers this week. They're looking to fire up to 100,000 workers permanently. So we'll keep an eye on that. Certainly that would hit the unemployment stats as well, which we are not getting continuing claims or jobless claims this morning either because of the government shutdown or factory orders. So all we have this morning is 10:30 natural gas storage. So quiet day on the data front. And as Craig mentioned, tomorrow, no non-farm payroll. So all we have is ISM services data and S&P Global services data. So quiet 2 days when we were kind of expecting a deluge of data. We are not getting that.
So let's talk about the layoffs for a second here. My guess is once they kick in, once they identify who's out, this is going to immediately go to court somewhere, and there'll be, probably some kind of stay is my guess. And the timing is interesting because I think we need maybe 9 flips in the Senate to get something passed. We're not there yet, but they don't expect this to resolve itself until the middle of next week at the earliest. What's the timing there with respect to these layoffs, the challenge, the resolution?
I mean, I think they want to drag this out, right? Because both parties are blaming the other one, but it's also kind of a view. I mean, we have midterms next year, right? So, the Republicans can say we had a government shutdown. It put a ding in GDP. I mean, the longer if it's just a short period, it's not going to ding GDP that much. If it's longer, then it starts bringing down GDP. So they can blame the Democrats for that. And then, of course, the Democrats can blame the Republicans for not giving their, appeasements in whatever they want right now. So I think this is it seems to me a little bit of a big play for something to use for midterms next year.
Yeah, but normally we would get a market reaction that causes the government to get together and do something, right? And so the markets often kind of bring the parties together. We've seen this around the debt ceiling when that was more, that's clearly much more of an issue than a government shutdown, right? The inability of Treasury to issue securities or to pay interest, potentially not pay interest on debt, that gets the market increasingly concerned. But, this doesn't really seem to be bothering anybody. So as long as the market doesn't care, I suspect that this shutdown is going to go on for longer than expected, right? Because Trump really has no desire. The market, he loves the market, right? If the market's showing that it's going to go up while the government shut down, then he doesn't feel any need to, to negotiate. And similarly, Democrats feel like Republicans are going to own the shutdown, as normally the party that controls the House, the Senate, and the White House would control, basically has the ability to keep the government open, even though the votes, we understand the votes, but normally the party in power controls the narrative here. And so Democrats have no real impetus to push this either. I think the big thing will be, will the market actually eventually care? And that will be the reason why they come to the table. But for now, no reason to really care. Ultimately, though, Trump is likely to use this as a way to reduce the size of the government, something that he was unable to do with the Doge cuts earlier this year. And so maybe they're going to use this as a way to say, you know what, we tried to do some stuff. We had these voluntary layoffs from earlier this year. Those are coming due now. So people are being removed from the payrolls finally. And now they're going to push through another round of layoffs. That's probably going to be seen as supportive for the base. And Democrats are probably thinking, look, if the market can actually fall here because of concerns about the economy, Trump is going to taco, right? They've seen him give back on the tariff issues and some of the other issues when the markets revolt. And so Democrats are probably thinking, we'll just sit this out and wait for markets to care. So far, no care. And so, probably no resolution in sight very quickly.
Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Let's shift gears, though, to the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin's breaking out this morning. We were tracking in the micro Bitcoin October contract. Almost 120,000 is the price right now. And I guess, and Shai, there's this article in the Wall Street Journal, didn't make much sense to me. I read it really quickly this morning about maybe inflows are starting to slow down a little bit in the crypto space, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like all of them, Ether, Ripple, Sol, everything is just kind of keeps ripping higher. What's going on?
Well, there's still liquidity. There's still a ton of liquidity out there in the markets, right? That we're seeing indices go up. We're seeing Bitcoin go up. Seeing precious metals go up. We cannot talk about energy right now, but that's a whole nother story. But, there's just a lot of liquidity swishing around in the economy, and it's going to all of these assets. And then, we're seeing overseas, we're seeing money pour into the U.S. as well. And so I think what's interesting is that if you watch like Bitcoin and NASDAQ, and, it seems that Bitcoin actually kind of leads NASDAQ a little bit. Like yesterday when the markets were down, you had Bitcoin up, and then the markets kind of followed. So just an interesting dynamic, which is why I particularly watch Bitcoin, because I've noticed this relationship kind of evolve this year. And for right now, that seems to be the one to watch is, liquidity going into Bitcoin, then the markets follow.
October is Uptober. 9 of the last 10 years for Bitcoin up in the month of October, average gain 22.5%. Second bet, then we go into November and December also have seen, generally positive seasonals. If you think about an economy that's slowing, but a Fed that's providing accommodation, and you see these seasonals, you're just getting another place for people to say, this is a place for me to catch up, to keep up. And so, increasing, as Deli has pointed out, he incrementally puts allocations of his personal capital into crypto. I think more people are doing that too, right? And just saying, this is a place to, to where I can make outsized gains quickly. S&Ps are at the highs. They seem like they're grinding. Where can I get more juice? When typically you can find more juice in crypto, and Bitcoin is, the number one asset in that asset class.
It's funny, we had a guest on recently that was suggesting if you're over 50 years old, which I am, your speculative money is going into gold. If you're under, it's going into the Bitcoin. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I'm heavier in Bitcoin than I am in gold, and I'm considerably older than 50. Is there could we profile the investors here or no?
I don't know. I feel like people are living longer. People need longer duration assets. Bitcoin is the fastest horse in the race here. Paul Tudor Jones has made that assessment for Bitcoin as the kind of the speed of the of its moves. And so I think having allocations to both makes sense. I mean, governments are typically buyers of gold, and people are buyers of Bitcoin. And so looking for store of value assets, looking for value assets that will hold value in a fiat debasement world. We see global deficit spending is increasing. Japan's doing it, UK's doing it, Europe's doing it, China's doing it, we're doing it. And so we know fiat debasement is going to continue. And so if you're looking for a store of value asset with limited supply, Bitcoin really fits in. And look, you could buy it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in infinitesimal amounts every day. Gold is harder to buy, right? Gold is a little bit harder for folks to get their hands on, whether it's physical or futures. It costs a little bit more money. It costs money to store it. Bitcoin, you can just, you keep it on your phone and you can buy it every day. So definitely seeing that ease of purchase becoming a bigger deal.
Well, and we're also seeing greater adoption because we have all of these ETFs now, right? So everybody's talking about it. It's not something the kids do anymore, right? It's you can buy, it has all of these institutional flows and readily acceptable to anybody to buy ETFs on this.
That's a great point. My 23-year-old, my 25-year-old, they're not buying BlackRock ETFs. They're going right to the source. But that's a good point. How someone in my boat, that's what I'm doing, right? That's exactly what I'm doing. So, in any event, Shai, let's talk about it. Let's talk about crude. I mean, energy's. Crude's tracking 61.5, give or take, for the November contract. Oh, let me pull it up on a chart. Oh, I have it up on the chart. Look at that. And we've historically seen, not historically, but this area of support here, right around this 61 to 60 area. We almost always see buyers coming in. Are we seeing something different right now? Are we going to actually break through to these March lows?
Well, it could. I think right now we have an OPEC meeting October 5th. Everybody has said that, it's going to be this outsized cutback of cuts. So this outsized move of 100, they're going to add 100 or 500,000 barrels a day. Now, OPEC has said that news is not true, but I think that's on everybody's mind right now because we have had surprises in the past, particularly in April and May already of this year, where they did. We knew that they were bringing more production back online from those cuts, but it ended up to be outsized from what the market was expecting. And so I think nobody wants to really get in front of this. In front of this OPEC meeting in case they do give us a surprise, even though they have denied that happening. So, I just don't, I think it's pretty bidless here right now, kind of waiting for that. But, we have had Diamondback came out yesterday and said, $60 oil, we're cutting capex. They are already cutting capex. They cut capex by $500 million this year already in their last earnings call. And so we are hearing from, these independents, particularly in the Permian, particularly, that this is a problem. Lower oil prices are a problem. And we're seeing majors starting to let workers go. They're laying off people because oil prices are so low. So I think this is going to be a huge problem. And I think the media is semi at fault here because all they talk about is this huge glut that's coming to the market. And yet we really haven't seen this glut happen, and they're very sure that OPEC's just going to flood the market, which I don't think that they are. So I think for right now, I wouldn't try to get in front of this at all, at least for the next 2 days.
Yeah, no, I know. I noticed that, and I was like, wait a second. This pattern right here. It's depending on where we close today. Maybe we'll just wick through the area of support that I've highlighted, and we'll end up back in what I'm going to call balance or into the consolidation range. But my spider sense is telling me there's probably some downside here. I'm not sure. Any thoughts on crude or energy, Craig?
No, look, I think the crude market continues to sniff out some of this softness in demand, right? It's because of the supply issues or the supply or the overcapacity and just the fact that OPEC can kind of bring barrels on back to the market if and when it wants to. It's just there's been no real impetus to get involved. And so if you have this kind of sluggish overall demand and the U.S. consumer slowing, just makes it really difficult. And I think, look, if you kind of subscribe to the view that you should invest in the direction that Trump wants lower oil prices, and so in a bizarre way, OPEC is actually delivering what Trump wants by bringing more barrels onto the market. Trump seems not to care as much about long-term sustainability of the oil patch in America and what that means for oil capex, what that means for oil jobs. At this point, lower oil is better, and so if you're OPEC and you're trying to stay out of the president's way, bringing more barrels onto the market, seems like a reasonable strategy, and so hard to get overly excited about a bullish move there without the demand in the U.S. really starting to stabilize.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I mentioned this yesterday in two edge reports, actually. What great trading on an intraday. You pull up an intraday on crude. We have these down days where you have this VWAP touch happening time and time again. You have a nice down channel. And there's micros on these as well. Everybody, I highly encourage everybody to take a peek. If you're not haven't traded energies yet, take a peek at the micro crude. Get your feet wet a little bit because from a technical point of view, they move nicely throughout the day, especially when we're struggling with all-time highs in S&P and NASI. Let's pivot over though to the bonds again. Bonds are still a little bit healthy on the upside after yesterday's excitement. We're at 117 handle on Treasury bonds right now. And, this is reacting to everything we thought it was going to react to. And notes are doing the same thing. So we're just slightly elevated. I'm wondering, I guess let's start with you, Craig. Are you seeing a breakout here possibly on Treasuries to the upside?
Yeah, I think, with this labor market deterioration, with some of this, credit market strain, which we've been talking about here for the last few days. You're seeing it in subprime lenders. You're seeing it in buy now, pay later stocks like AFRM, Upstart, Klarna. Seeing in the student loan names like SoFi and Navi and Sallie Mae. Some of the business development corp names are struggling. Some of the private credit names are struggling. So it appears like there's a bit of a credit issue brewing under the hood in U.S. equity trading. And so I think that's keeping, the long end a bit more bid than not. And so if the economy is slowing, I think one of the issues is that we're just not going to get the data from the government here that we typically have. But we start to look at the data that we do have here, whether it was the ADP data, the paychecks, labor data, the ISM manufacturing employment data was a 45. That's it's pretty weak. And we'll hear this through earnings and outlooks as well. So a softer U.S. economy here seems to be in the cards, and I think the Treasury market is increasingly picking up on that dynamic and the idea that the Fed is going to deliver these rate cuts, and so that's going to keep yields pressured lower. I think we're probably going to continue to see a curve steepening. We saw that yesterday as the front end yields move down more rapidly than the back end because of all the structural issues, but still hard to see the long end really sell off materially when there's this overriding weakness that seems to be picking up a little bit of momentum in the economy.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Shai, any last thoughts on interest rates, bond markets, yields?
No, yeah. I mean, I'm watching the credit markets because I think that's helping give bonds a lift, and we're starting to see some wobbles in the credit market. Nothing, to freak out about yet, but certainly having some issues there. So that I think is helping, elevate the bonds, yields down, bonds up.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep an eye on that as well. The correlations. I've historically struggled on the correlations between bonds and equity markets. I'm going to throw my hands up right now, but we're ripping in the equity markets. We're going to talk about that with our next guest in a couple of minutes here. And just to kind of recap, all the metals other than silver are ripping. Also, look at Dr. Copper. 4.97, gold, over 3,900. Lumber even is over we'll talk about lumber another time, but over 600 on that tariff news. And then the US dollars, a little bit mixed across the board here, weaker against the Swissy, the euro, the yen, but a little bit stronger against Aussie, Canadian, and the sterling. So a little bit of mix there. And then, of course, we already talked about The cryptos pretty strong. So we're gonna have a day. Even with the government out, these markets are gonna move. We're gonna have some stuff going on. We're gonna still have some Fed speakers running around doing their thing. So having said all that, let's get ready for our next guest. Craig, thank you. Appreciate your points of view this morning. Look forward to talking to you later.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Shy,
Hey,
who is our special guest today?
we have Ariel Hernandez, who is a trader from Market Pulse Trader.
Awesome. Well, before we go to before we pull them in real quick, I do want a special shout out to Engineer Bear. We have Paulie, we have Cooper, top 3 in the chat. You get a special shout out. Appreciate everybody in the chat being here with us today. Great day today. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. Appreciate you for sure. All right. I think it's time. Let's bring Ariel in.
Jim, how are you? Good morning, Tracy. Good morning.
Good morning, Ariel. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here with us this morning on NinjaTrader Live. We greatly appreciate it. Out of the box, I got to ask you, you were writing about semiconductors ripping yesterday. What's the story?
Yeah, well, and here's the thing, Jim, it's not just semiconductors. And I tweeted about this, maybe 2 months ago when you had financials and semiconductors performing well. You had and we could talk about really the period in time. They had just gotten above their 200 simple moving average. And in May, when you start to get semiconductors living back above their long-term moving averages, and you get a JP Morgan starting to live above their long-term moving averages, at this time, right in, May, early June, it's not just an NVIDIA participating, it's an AVGO, it's an MU, and you just looked across the board, LRCX, KLAC, and typically things in an uptrend can continue and persist for a whole lot longer than people think. It's one of the reasons why I actually try to not dive too much into the macro, because sometimes it can conflate what the current underlying trend is. And yesterday you just had, one of these incredible days where finally and NVIDIA is coming out of a multi-month consolidation. And we saw this back in early 2023, where finally NVIDIA goes from, 100 at the time, it was like $160, makes its way almost all the way to 500, builds a nice multi-month base. It was a longer base, 5 months. So it led to a bit longer of a persistent rally. And then it's the same deal right now. You've got such a strong group when you look at some of the memory stocks like an MU, STX, WDC, SNDK, and the list goes on and on. AVGO, even an SMCI. I mean, really, the list is extensive. And it's the same thing with financials. And then now you sprinkle in the healthcare stocks with the XLV looking like they're coming alive. And Jim, you'll get some of what I'm about to say here. The gold and the silver theme, in particular, the gold, this isn't new. The gold theme broke out last year in March. It was from a technical perspective, a 10-year cup and handle. And now it's like everybody wants to talk about, the issues with the dollar, when the gold was speaking loud and clear last year in March. And we've just had this steady uptrend. Now it finally got to a point where, gold gets in such a steady uptrend that, it starts to affect the balance sheet of these gold and silver miners, and therefore an NEM and an AEM and a WPM, and then the silver names, your KGCs, they're all now being affected in a positive way, and they're one of the leading groups in the market. So I try to never dive too much into the macro, but oftentimes news and narrative follows price. And, whatever the reason is that semis have been so strong, they've been a leading group now for 2 years. They've taken sporadic breaks, and banks have been right there ever since that panic washout that they had with some of the regionals. And now, again, you've thrown in precious metals and mining. You could throw in the nuclear and uranium theme. You can throw in small and mid caps, the Russell 2000s, almost at an all-time high. And when you get through that level, what happens then? I mean, it's just been such an incredible market. It's just hard to not highlight semiconductors because they're such a big component And if an Nvidia, as the largest company in the world, is performing well, and an Apple's a couple bucks from an all-time high, and Microsoft's not too far from an all-time high, and Tesla's right there, 20 bucks from an all-time high. It's a ripping, roaring bull market, and it has to be highlighted by the semiconductors.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. So what other, sectors are you keeping an eye on that, I mean, all of these markets have, are bull markets. They've broken out. They don't look like they're stopping anytime soon. But let's talk about maybe some sectors that you're looking at that maybe are about to break out or about to roll over. What's catching your eye there?
Well, in terms of rolling over, the sector that probably stands out the most seems to be the restaurant and the food industry, right? You could look at, we can even pinpoint a few of these, right? Something like a Costco looks ready for a stage 4 downtrend. A Sprouts Farmers Market, which is a grocery store, very similar setup, where you just go on this long, prolonged run. You get into your classic stage 3 top, where you just go through distribution for months and months, and then you finally break below a 200 simple moving average and you begin to roll over. And it's not the only one. If you kind of go down the list with your food stocks, you can look at a Cheesecake Factory. This looks pretty terrible. If you look at a Shake Shack, this looks fairly terrible. And for me, it's just a whole lot easier to leave these things alone. I could share my screen if I have not already. I don't know.
Let's keep rolling the way it is.
Okay, perfect. So, you've got your food stocks look pretty terrible. I'd still look at, for instance, an AMD today as a potential continuation breakout, an ARM as a potential continuation breakout, and these are semis, so they look good. And it kind of looks, and even if you kind of take positioning into account, that Bitcoin looks potentially ready to go higher as well, over 125,000. And when you think about positioning, it's a not crowded space at all. Maybe Ethereum a bit more crowded, so the one I would probably avoid. But Bitcoin, I think over 125,000, looks ready for higher. So we'll see kind of what happens there.
As we were speaking, we just hit 120,000 on the futures for the micro Bitcoin. But let me ask you, we kind of live in a stock index world because we're futures traders. Those are the primary markets that some of the primary markets we look at in the equity sector. And so, in the 4 big ones, right? We have the S&P, the NASDAQ, we have Russell, and the Dow. What are your feelings on those four indices, and which ones do you think are going to be shining the most?
If you would have asked me this 6 weeks ago, I would have told you the Russell outperforming the NASDAQ, and it's kind of been the case. And my thesis there was really just positioning. It was really strange to me how everybody was piled into the NASDAQ, and you started to kind of see some underlying weakness in the Mag 7. It wasn't like anything very striking, but you'd get a gap up in a Microsoft on earnings and then effectively going nowhere. And to me, that was a problem when you looked at positioning. And then you looked at the Russell on the flip side of that, where everybody's really short, but we all know that an interest rate cut is coming. So I thought to myself, hey, if this thing just continues to outperform, and you would see on market down days, the Russell would go down less, and on market up days, the Russell would outperform the NASDAQ. At this point, positioning in particular in the Russell is a bit more neutral. But man, if biotechs are going to continue to work this well, which is also a big component, if regional financials can get, their act together, I don't see why the Russell in particular can't go and break its all-time high and start to live above that level. And we're talking about the RTY here, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks good. I would think the Russell, obviously, they've got some really nice components to it, stocks that have been acting really well as of late, a Bloom Energy, a CRDO, a semiconductor. So I still think that the Russell can perform well into next year. It feels like, the market's kind of primed for that. And the only problems I have with the Russell, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this extensively, is that when a company becomes too good, they tend to migrate out of the Russell and they go to the mid caps, or they end up in another ETF effectively. So kind of tough, obviously, to bet against the NASDAQ, but just from a trader's perspective, I think the Russell can definitely perform well into next year. So
yeah,
excellent. And And then we have a few minutes left. What kind of indicators do you use? I mean, we have a bunch of obviously traders that are our audience, and so I'd like to hear what other traders are using as kind of their indicators for on markets.
Yeah, well, for me, it's always, I kind of like to look at groups. I think it's sometimes the easiest way to look at, and it'll just be industry groups. If we were to say to ourselves, depending on your resource, there's 165 to 197 industry groups in the market. I like to rank them. And really, sometimes they can just be ranked for you. And I'm really just looking for technical setups. That's number one. Are things not too extended? If they're too extended, I can't chase them. But if we've got a bunch of clean technical setups in the semi space and in the banking industry, and then they all start to follow through to the upside, that's the number one barometer for me of market health. Until leaders begin to falter, right? If Nvidia has a failed breakout, if Tesla starts to roll over, that's kind of when I would, begin to get more cautious. But for me, that's always, I don't like to have any one thing where I say, you know, maybe if we're talking about like a MACD or an RSI, I try to not dive too much into that. Really, it's just price and volume of the leaders in the market, the stocks that can actually move markets higher. And then are there other stocks? Are there themes in the market that are actually working, whether that's nuclear or whether it's quantum? And some of these names might be a little bit pre-revenue. But really, there are great companies out there if we talk about the utility space, like a CEG or a GEV or a VST, that, if those three, for instance, are going higher, I could start to bundle these names together, like an NVIDIA, like an AMD, like an ALAB, and say, you know what, an ASML, the market's fine. And there's no really reason to panic so long as leaders in the market are performing well. I know people could look at a Palantir and say, trading at 100 times sales is a little nuts. But so long as institutions have an appetite for that, or a Robinhood, then as a retail trader, there should be no reason for us to start to run the other way of where money is going. The differentiator will be, how extended are you from key moving averages? And that's about the only indicator I use. But they're lagging indicators, and that's just to keep me in a trade. But when I go to buy something, I tend to buy something coming out of a tighter base, and I tend to focus on things within a group to let me know, hey, it's not the only stock within a group trying to carry everything higher. There's evidence here that there are multiple names within the group trying to go higher.
So we have a couple minutes left, Ariel. I have to ask you, you mentioned Tesla. Where do you think this whole electrification of our, driving is going? It seems like, all right, the new administration is not keen on advancing this right now. I've driven a Tesla. I think it's the greatest thing in the world. What's your take on electric vehicles?
Yeah, Jim, that's a great question. So I actually bought the Tesla breakout around $350, and I've been sitting there ever since. And just to kind of root on, and the position's doing really well, we went and got my fiance a Tesla, the new Model 3, and she loves it. She literally could not be any happier. We are in Illinois, and we drove down from the Northbrook Tesla dealership all the way to our suburb, about 45 minutes on full self-driving, completely mind blown. Now, we had already done the test drive, but to like finally own one and then do that test drive and have it drive you all the way back home. Yes, it's supervised full self-driving, but there will be a day in the future where these things are unsupervised full self-driving. I don't know how long that takes for that to happen, but the technology right now is incredible. I wouldn't necessarily bet against, Elon and them breaking a new all-time high, and then what humanoid robots might look like, what robo-taxi might look like. And I feel like there's going to be, Jim, a plethora of good news. Like every time they get an approval for a new city for full self-driving, that's just going to be, essentially press releases every couple of weeks as more and more cities approve this technology to be done in their city. It won't just be Waymo, and it won't just be Texas, right? It's like they'll start to get approval to do this kind of thing all over the country. And anybody who's driven in one or driven one knows that the cars are absolutely phenomenal, and they're very affordable. So it's the reason why the Model Y is the most sold car in the world. Makes complete sense. And I'm excited to see where this thing goes over the next few years.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Me too. I've become a super fan. We're going to go ahead and put your X handle into the chat. I'm encouraging everybody to follow Ariel. Thank you for spending time with us this morning. Appreciate all your great insight. Looking forward to talking to you again, Ariel. Thank you.
Jim, thanks. Tracy, have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, all right. There was, I love the sector analysis. I love his enthusiasm. Ariel's a great guest.
So, yep. Great guy. I love sectors, so.
I know. It was really, really good. Anyway, Shai, awesome start to the morning, and I look forward to talking to you again a little bit later in the day today. We're going to get ready for farm.
All right.
We're ready for him. There he is. Good morning. How are you, man?
I'm doing well, Jim. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Every morning I'm waking up and I'm looking at these equity markets, the gift that keeps on giving, man. I mean, we're just marching ahead. Is there an end in sight?
Remember that one time, LOL, that Asia sold us off overnight, like 60 handles or something on ES, and that was good times, right? Yesterday. Oops. 100 handles up from that on ES and hell of a lot more on NQ. So that was good times, right? We survived the bear market of 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. Of whatever day yesterday was. So it's it's definitely been a very very constructive market, and it's certainly not if you're heavily biased to the downside, but it's been good trading. And honestly, even when we've been in up only mode, I would say this last, I don't know, maybe the last few weeks I feel like it's been a little better trading than, before that. Like there was a month or so during the summer, right? You get the summer lulls. It was just kind of trash trading. And at least now, like even if it's just one directional trading, there's been some decent and clean intraday rotations to work with. So as boring as it gets a little bit to me, just grinding to new all-time highs, there's not a whole lot to say. The trading has improved, I think, the last couple of weeks of September anyways into October. So
Yeah, no, I hear you. The volume wise, let's see, I haven't even looked at the volume today. Volume wise, we're at about 122,000 contracts traded so far. So we're a little bit off the pace. We're about 94% of the average of the last 14 days on the pace of volume right now. And same with the ATR average true range. We're at about 92% of that 14-day for this time of the day. Mike Burke wrote a great indicator for this. NASDAQ, what do we have about? Micro NASDAQs have 227,000. So again, a little bit of a slow pace on volume so far today. I don't know if that matters or not. I mean, is this something that's important to you?
Well, I mean, it could be, and I usually don't care too much other than having a gauge for what participation, might look like. And so, what the action might look like in terms of, the strength and conviction of certain moves, rotation size, whatever. But yeah, I mean, there's something interesting that I've had in mind is like, I mean, if we're not going to get government data here, it's kind of hard to see meaningful participation in the market, right? So that, that could make things a little bit interesting, I guess, where participation maybe gets low again for a while. And that would definitely frustrate me because I do like to see size move and then piggyback off that size. I mean, that's how we make money, right? You just follow the whales. And if the whales aren't playing around in the pool, then there's maybe perhaps less for us to do. So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully things get moving and we can get back to reporting fake data instead of no data. Had to be said.
You just point out the importance of the U.S. government in the markets. By the way.
That's right.
That's right. Let's get to some farm charts.
Yeah, so I'm going to start with NQ, and you know what? Let me go to the 30 actually. I mean, again, there's a lot less to talk about when we're trading new all-time highs, and we've talked about this a lot before, but it's good for anybody that's new. When we're trading above a prior day high, and we're looking at what's called a true gap up, which just simply is opening today on cash hours basis, assuming, I mean, we've got 40 minutes, I guess, anything can happen. But we assume it looks like a safe assumption that we're going to open above yesterday's high. So completely outside of yesterday's range. And so the most important thing to me is watching that open. I watch the 5-minute opening range and the opening price itself. Other traders look at different opening ranges. I'm a little slower. I don't use the 30-second, but can bulls sustain a bid above the open, right? Is it a gap and go, or is it going to be a gap and fade, or gap and crap if you prefer? But even still, it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to short it, right? So if you can't sustain a bid above the open, you start a downtrend, maybe you get a multi-period break to the downside on a 5-minute chart or whatever, some kind of short time frame break, then it looks like you're probably coming back to the prior day's high. You can look at key spots of the overnight profile, but generally that's what you're looking at. It can still be a long, right? So that would just be an inventory correction, which is a pullback. Everybody is very, very clearly max long, let's say, on NQ. And maybe that's what we're getting now. It seems like every time I come into talk, we start getting an inventory correction on these nights. There's a huge float up, and then I come on, Perma Bear Farm gets here, and then traders okay, I'll sell a few. We get a little bit of a pullback. But so, we can come all the way back down to yesterday's high. That's still a long. And to me, the only thing really to talk about on days like this is what happens if we get back into yesterday's range, right? Because, to me, it's a long until proven wrong. As long as we're above prior day high, you're just looking at upside levels. I'm not just randomly shorting this because it's stalling at one of my random extensions I have, right? Long until proven wrong until back within yesterday's range. So that's a big thing that we're looking for. Do we sustain a back test? And ES is obviously a lot closer than NQ was. But the one thing I'll add on NQ, I think even if we do get back in to yesterday's range, so that's this 27 to 46 spot. I think the high day was 37, something like that. It looks iffy, right? But I think if we just build out, we talked yesterday morning, remember this little guy over here that was standing at a 45-degree angle at the urinal? As long as we build out some kind now of an upward distribution, that's constructive, right? So if we do fail back into, yesterday's range, I'd like to see this 969 to 983 maybe hold, and then just fill out some volume here. And I think that would be fine. You can leave this little guy here. That's okay. Something like that would be okay. And, in theory, yesterday's profile was just littered with single prints just left and right. It was a very emotional day. It reminded me of last Monday. And then we sold off big. After that, 2 days ago was a huge bullish close, sold off big. And so I was kind of are they really going to do that again? Probably not. But there is some profile cleanup to do if it does fail, and no reason to think that it will. So I'm looking for a pullback, an inventory correction into or at the open. And then my bias would be cleanly long as we're sustaining above yesterday's high. ES is a bit closer.
Yeah. By the way, though, on Q, real quick, it seemed that RTH gap is, if we were opening right now, it's 150 points. It's huge.
Yeah. So, you could get a huge inventory correction, and it's the point at which, if we made it back to yesterday's high at this point, if we started selling, let's say 15 minutes from now, your 5-minute RSI would be negative 69 by the time you get there, right? So it's going to be kind of oversold. You go from massively overbought and inventory is max long here, and then all of a sudden you're wait, we're oversold at yesterday's high. Wow. Okay. So, that's why, trading true gaps is so bullish in the case of a true gap up or bearish. If you've got that clearance away from yesterday's high, sellers can gas out by the time you get back to the prior day's high. So that's definitely why, fully biased long. I think everybody is and has been in this market for.
And I think the ES RTH, that gap's only 20 handles. So that's okay, that's reasonable.
Yeah. We were 69.5. So 10 actually with 10, yesterday's high anyways, was 69.5. And then, to the close, sure. So yeah, as long as we're sustaining above here. So I would say ES is definitely at more of risk of coming back into yesterday's range. And so for me, I'd like to see basically call it 67.40 if you want. There are some single prints from yesterday that I think could be strong. There's a couple of sets, right? But I think there's a set right below this 41 to 44 weekly level that can hold it. And again, if you just build out some kind of upper distribution up here on the weekly profile, it looks fantastic. So it makes it difficult to trade on a day like this and to pick a location to me, as I'm not a profile trader purely, but that is sort of my lean. There's just not a whole lot to lean on up here relative to the existing week, right? Like you've got some nice volume, you've got well-defined support resistance, and now we're trading to all-time highs. And more importantly, like we're kind of ass in the wind on this profile, right? Like it's pretty thin. Somewhere this is going to find balance. Does it rip up to this 6,800 spot and then fill in up here? Entirely possible, but like you just don't know where the edges are until you see it live. So that's where having a good feeling for your intraday developing profile, looking at your initial balance, the range of the first 60 minutes, and volume profile can really help with that, because you can start to look and see where buyers are establishing value and where like a developing lower edge intraday might be. But I mean, like the bottom line is, again, same thing. As long as we're sustaining above yesterday's high, there's nothing doing. And then you've got the prior all-time high, that shit high, that was the high that was so poor that it got margin called on its paper trading account, and that's been bid overnight. So that would be like kind of your next checkpoint, is if that is lost, you're probably getting some cleanup of structure down to 41 to 44. In terms of like upside extensions, I do think these next two, I wouldn't expect anything more than that today. 68, 23, 26. Now that I said that, we're going on like a 3% move on ES, but that would kind of be my max range today. I would like to see us, again, fill out some kind of volume up here, get some profit taking, into the open. At open, maybe we can get that true gap up that holds, or a quick trap back in yesterday's range that then reclaims today's high. You just have to be prepared to flip your buy. So that's why I say, like, you don't have to short a true gap up that like starts to fail, right? Like they can't bid the open and it starts to pull, but you don't have to short it, because a lot of times you just end up covering your short when everybody else is getting long, and then you just watch a trend day go. So like, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but you don't have to short it just because it's going down. It just means maybe you're waiting a little bit longer to get long. And so that's kind of where my bias is for here today. And again, like as long as we're, probably building up volume above roughly 67.40, I think bulls are okay. I mean, if you give that back, and especially if you give back like 67, this 28.5 to 31.5, it starts to look a little bit tenuous, I think, to me. And there's just no reason to think that that's going to happen. And again, like, is participation even going to be remotely heavy on a day like this, where like data is just not coming? Like now we're not going to have an NFP tomorrow, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see how we play in the sandbox given that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at I added a contract volume profile, right? So I'm starting it on the 15th of September in the S&P, and we just have the point of control is still pretty prominent around 67.10, 67.8 to 67.10. And then you got that rollover gap still, right? This is way down there at what, 61.10. I mean, could this be a case where this gap does not get filled?
We've got one at 4,600 contract roll gap in the 4,600s, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, it's very rare. And obviously it depends on what day you roll your charts, but it's rare, but it's happened. So we'll go get the 4,600. We'll fill that gap next week, right? I mean, we've got time. There's still time.
Oh my God.
We'll get there. Don't worry. But no, I like that. I do use, I'll do a contract to date volume profile. I'll do a contract to date VWAP as well with bands. And both of those are particularly relevant right now, actually, on both ES and Q. I'm looking off to my right because I had that on a kind of a different chart, but it looks like we're now basing above the +2 standard deviation band on ES contract to date VWAP. That was resistance previously. Same thing on NQ. That's basically where the overnight low is. So I mean, you can put a +2, you can put a +3. There's a lot of different ways to use your VWAPs and volume profiles. And while what I share here is I've got weekly volume profiles on my 30-minute chart, and I've got intraday volume profiles on my 5-minute chart. Like, you can do a profile on whatever range you want that makes sense and gain the same information from it. Basically, where was the market trending? Where was it balancing? Where is it likely to go if it fails at this spot or holds this spot? Things like that. And that's some of the power of it.
Yeah, makes sense. Last question. Do you have a over under on when the shutdown's going to end?
You know that like most of them are over within a day. even probably not. Like I just did the Chat GPT Grok version as we came into this, and it was something like, I don't know, there's 23 instances of a shutdown, and like 4 of them lasted more than a day. I think this one could go a little bit longer because I think I think one side feels like they have all the cards and actually maybe embraces and kind of welcomes some of this, and so it could go on a little bit longer. So I am going to go with 6 business days.
Okay, so that'll get us to about Wednesday or Thursday next week, right? So that's about that. Yeah, that's what it sounded like also to me. I'm with you on that. Totally. All right, all
We
right.
shall see.
Well, awesome discussion, Farm. Appreciate your insights into the ES and NASI. Look forward to talking to you again, man. You have a great day.
Take care, Jim. We'll see you.
All right, all right. It is that time. We have the spectacular. When I say spectacular, I mean it. I'm not just throwing adjectives in front of things, but Chris Trading Boxes is up to trade the open with us. Let's get rolling. Chris.
Hey, Jim. How are you?
Dude, you are my inspiration in more than one way. I mean,
Why?
I started taking the magnesium, the zinc. I'm taking a multi-day now. I'm trying to, when you say something to me like that, and you said this, I don't know, it was last week or week before when I had that cold. I was like, okay, I'll try it. I'll try it. And I feel great, man. It's going to take a little bit longer to get the full effects of it, but every day I'm pumping them into me, man.
Yeah, good. It's great. Oh gosh, I just forgot the term. It's a great nervous system sort of relaxer. Helps you sleep better at night. Just overall a good supplement to take daily.
Yeah, and I'm a worrier. I'm one of those worriers. So I worry about stupid things I shouldn't worry about. But,
Yeah,
middle of the night, I'm like, did I forget to close the garage door? I mean, it's just stupid stuff, right? And
yeah,
it's just I gotta get over that. I gotta get a better night's sleep.
yeah. Great. I take a lot of supplements because of my health. So if you ever just want to talk shop, let me know.
Yeah, no, for sure. We'll compare notes for sure when I see you in a couple weeks now. It's coming up
Yeah,
fast.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I am too. I can't wait. It's gonna be epic for sure. Shab just said in the chat, Chris means business when the hat is on backwards, man. I like that observation.
Yeah, it's go time.
It is go time. So again, we're pressing highs again in the stock index futures. What are you thinking?
Look, Jim, I feel like I'm one of the loudest voices in continuing to remind everybody to focus on the trend. The trend is higher. We continue to see these daily higher lows. Just what is bearish about that, right? Price is the most factual indicator on the chart, and we have to respect it and follow it and live in the trend that we're in right now, so we don't make any biased decisions.
Yeah.
And everything just keeps saying higher. We have a market breaking out to all-time highs for every sector. What are we shorting, right? So I continue to press longs. I know you see me in my swing trades. I continue to buy stocks breaking out higher. So I'm just combining the momentum that we're having until the trend ends, really. So
Yeah.
uh, can we
That's
find
such
some
a
resistance today? Possibly.
So the trend thing is so important. I mean, in my experience, and I was a commodity broker for 20 plus years, and I talked to traders around the world 10 hours a day. And there's this unfortunate mindset that creeps into traders' heads sometimes that's like, okay, it can't go any higher, so I'm just going to sell. It can't go any higher. Well, it could go higher, right? We know that. And so they look at the trend in terms of it's going to stop, and they try to time that stop instead of just go with it until the price tells us the trend is over, right?
Yeah.
It's a common problem.
Yeah. I think it's just beliefs and then some fear of giving back those gains that took us so hard to make, right? In our journey as we started when we lost a lot of money. But if you can become systematic and create rules to enter and to exit and let those trends develop, then you'll have I mean, you'll truly create the life you want if you really commit to that.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Well, we appreciate your great lessons here. Any other macro thoughts on the markets right now, or are you sticking your game plan?
Macro thoughts are, I mean, look, there's a lot of I have these conversations with people everywhere, and there are some things to be concerned about, but you know, if we have the opportunity to have this be our job, and help others in our circle group, then we have to continue to focus on what's important in order to extract the points and the capital that we need, and to create that economy for ourselves and for our friends and family, uh, to make sure that we're all protected. And this is, you know, as far as macro, I have to kind of tune that out in order to
Yeah.
focus on this, and do what I need to do.
Yeah, I love that. By the way, Pat in the chat said make sure it's magnesium glycinate. So that's the one I take at night, and now I'm
Yes.
taking another one in the morning. I want to call it, say it's Theo8 or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm doubling up, Pat, but that's good advice for sure. Appreciate that. Engineer Bear's in there. Appreciate everybody being here today. Before I go, I just want to remind everybody there's a thumbs up button. Love the thumbs up button. We call it the like button. Thumbs up is a like. Subscriptions. We're getting close to 150K. We're creeping up to it. We're quickly, actually. We're not creeping. We're moving there quickly. So we appreciate everybody who is subscribed to the channel. If you haven't, it's free. It's easy. You just click a button, right? It doesn't cost any money. Supporting the channel is a good thing. The more subscriptions, the more outreach we get, the more outreach, the more folks coming into the chat to help each other out. You guys are great helping everybody out in the chat. Most supportive chat I've ever seen. And we appreciate everybody who's just viewing, for maybe not in the chat, but viewing anyway. Thank you for doing that. You know, we have these great young superstar traders laying it on the line, trading real money live in front of everybody like Chris. So let's get a thumbs up for Chris before it even starts. And man, brother, thank you for being here. I am really pumped up about watching you trade today.
Thanks, Jim. You have a good weekend. All right. See you
Thank
soon.
man. Okay. You too.
Take care. All right, guys. Good morning. Yeah, let's like it up. What are the likes at right now? 170. Oh, we can do much better, guys. But good morning. Let's do a roll call before I share my plan for the morning. Yo, how you know, I know some of you guys swing trade. What a morning we're waking up to, right? What a gap up in many names. And it's just the gift that keeps on giving. Spencer, good morning. Juan Gabriel, good to see you. Butters, some people from the room in here that I can see. Chris, Frank, Jacob, good to see you guys. Shab, good morning. Star T, Jude, Dan, Pat, Cooper, Zolino. Morning to you all. Fractal, good morning. Matthew, Dallas, JC, Short Life. All right, Short Life. Hey, Tracy, good morning. All right, so let's get started on that trade, not trade review, the plan here. So if you guys remember last week, I was looking for, let me bring this up. I was looking to see if we could fill out this this wedge, or sort of a this consolidation, right? We had pulled back into that 20 EMA. And so if you guys remember from Tuesday, we were, when I was trading with Merit, we were right around here. And so in here, I kept saying, hey, if we can hold this area here in NQ, we can push up higher and then maybe attempt that breakout, or we can come back, come down to find a lower, sorry, not a lower high, a higher low against the prior week low, because as we hopefully by now understand that these contractions or consolidations that take time, you know, when we create this higher high, higher low, higher high structure and that fails, I think most of you guys will recognize now that we come back, we put in a swing low, bounce, create a lower high, higher low, and then we create that wedging structure, right? It's the market's way of contracting. It's not the structure that I look for. It's not that one that I created. This is how the market consolidates, because we're no longer in a higher high, higher low sequence. We're now in a contraction inside the last swing high and inside the last swing low. Okay, that is the market structure. Okay, that's 101. So the idea here is, well, there's some, on Tuesday when I was talking over this, there's no higher low yet. Can we have that pullback and see that? So look, we got that pullback into a support area here at this zone. We created our higher low. Remember, we have our swing high, swing low, lower high, higher low, another lower high here, but this became a super tight consolidation. I think XY and I called it boxception, right? It's a box within a box. And so that this failed breakdown, it's important to understand that this failed breakdown is what triggered the breakout of this consolidation. It's not the actual breakout. Yes, that took place, but what triggered that? Okay, it's important to recognize that. So we've started now a new daily and 4-hour 9MA uptrend. On the 4 hours, the sort of main structure that I focus on, we have seen our first, or we're potentially seeing our first higher high, right? We don't know how long it'll go. But whenever this pulls back, we'll be looking for a higher low on the 4 hour. Can that happen into the overnight breakout here? There was a small consolidation and then broke out higher. This is around 25,070s. If that fails, can we come back lower to test the breakout around 980s, right? So that's sort of the higher time frame structure for ES. A little bit of the same. Can we come back down to prior week high? Maybe just test this prior day high overnight consolidation here and then bounces. Or do we see 6750s prior weekly high test and then bounce? Or do we break lower and maybe go look for some support lower, right? So that's sort of the structure that we want to be reminded of. And then our hourly plan for this morning, my hourly plan, we had a overnight, not what I call it 9MA no trend in time. It's a consolidation around the 9MA. It has to meet a certain candle consolidation. It's usually 8 to 12, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. On the 8th candle, it broke out, right? So there's, for my process, there's rules for everything. We developed that 9MA no trend in time. We broke out higher and are seeing higher prices. Can any pullback to this first zone here hold around 25,105, 115? And if so, that can push us higher because we're in an uptrend. Right? We just broke out of a, I can't remember how many weeks consolidation. So we want to be looking for higher prices. If that fails, can we come back down here to prior week highs and prior day highs and that 25,000, 2530 zone? That would be my main scenario too. There's a possibility here that if a failure of 25,100 takes place, we can just take out this London low. I have different settings for London low, so they may be different from yours. So we can come back down to test this London low, aka this breakout and bounce, right? So it could be like a failed breakdown of this 25,110 area and then something like this. Or do we get that prior week high test? Acceptance there at prior week highs, and then we see scenario 2.1 where we come back down to lower prices, acceptance up here, and we can break out higher. I'll share ES here since I am alone today and can take up a little bit more time. So we had that 90-minute no trend in time right at prior day highs. So again, this is a good form of acceptance, right? This was resistance, boom. And then what happened? We tried to reject, buyer showed up, we negotiated, aka acceptance higher, right? So that's a micro lesson on that. So can that act as support on a back test of this prior day high consolidation, 67, 68, 70, 72-ish? If so, then we can continue higher to 67.93, acceptance up there, and we see higher prices. If we fail 67, 68, then we are going to see prior week highs here at 67.55, where we can see a bounce there for scenario 1.2. If that fails, we then see 67.40s, acceptance down there. Then we see lower prices, but it's very straightforward here, guys. I'm focused on buying pullbacks today and see what happens. I did capture some of this move. I don't remember where my entry was here on the 5-minute. It was right here. So I captured this to right here. I did leave a runner on, and so I'm participating in that, but we'll see what happens here for a new trade this morning. that whole not rant, but that whole explanation made me sound like, I can't remember, but you know, when you're at a field trip and those teachers are like telling you the rules and what you're going to be doing that day, it just felt like that. All right, but that's my trade plan. Let's see what we get this morning. Good morning to you guys who I'm just seeing now. Riley, John, Jonathan, Adam, Milton from Spain. Hola. Hey, Justin. Thanks, Selena. NFP canceled. When was NFP at? What time? Isn't it usually at 8:30? Hey, Bran. Good to see you in here. Hey, Toasty. John. Tesla's gonna fly. I hope so. I'm long. Oh yeah, look at that. 473. I mean, how close is it to all-time highs? 488. I mean, I no reason why we can't see all-time highs in Tesla. Thanks, Steve. All right, so look, there's really nothing for me to do here. I am focused on buying pullbacks into support, like I shared. If we open up here, I want to see if we can hold or come back down for some profit taking, and then we get a some sort of setup up here for continuation, right? Some sort of wedge structure. Looking back at it, I see that I did miss sort of this opportunity here right before I got on. We had but this wasn't at a zone. This was just like in between zones, but there was a new low here into support into this 2050 EMA cloud, this 50 EMA. And at the same time, we had RSI divergence, which that's something you guys know that I look at. And so that created a nice opportunity that a 9 EMA reversal there would have made you, it's now at 3R, right? So I was writing my morning plan during that time, so I was not really focused, but that was a good setup. So I am looking to see if we get some sort of pullback into the open here. Very strong action. I mean, market is just on fire. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not looking for shorts at all. It's just cannot do that. So Tracy says government shutdown, and so therefore no jobless claims or factory orders today, and no NFP tomorrow. So what you're saying is we're going up because there's no news. How much is gold? Gold is same area as yesterday. This is my zones indicator. Only available for members of my group, just because of the education that it comes with. Let me add my Twitter here. Ian, my 9MA strategy, once it sets up, I'll go over it. I want you can go back in prior videos and look at that. I go over that a lot. But let's see if we can get a pullback. I'm not really looking to get long up here. I'm letting my swing take care of that. Mark, yes. And, you know, if we get that consolidation, to me, that just means acceptance of the opening sort of area. We have 12 minutes. So it would mean that we hold something like this. That consolidation becomes acceptance. And then we break out higher. Hey, Chuck. right? So if we don't get a correction through time, then we get a correction through price, and we come down and test some support down here, and then set up a bounce, possibly, right? But that's what I'll be looking for. On these gap ups, it really depends on the overall trend structure. Right now, we're breaking out of a daily 50 EMA wedge or consolidation. So then there's a lot of momentum behind that, right? When you break a 2-week range or a 4-week range, just a few weeks ago, we broke out of a almost 8-week range. And so we have to, right, from contraction comes expansion. And so to see that contraction take place and then the expansion out of that into a new all-time highs, it's really tough to be bearish on unless that breakout fails. How do you determine target price levels going long? It's based on my indicator here, on my zones here. Some math involved, but it took me many years to develop, and therefore there's a lot of education that comes with it, and it's only for members. Let's see, we have 10 minutes into the open. Travis, just scale in, scale out. I risk a certain amount for the day trading account, and so I trade micros. It's a smaller account. And then for my swing account, much larger, and then I'll just trade minis on that. Jai, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Jai. Hi. I don't know. Yeah, semis are on fire. Yeah, fibs work as well to see higher prices. Jay, okay. Jay it is. Steve, I just have a private sort of trading group that you can message me on X. I can tell you about it, but I don't really market it out on anything like Whoop or anything like that. Hey, Faina, good to see you. All right, so we do have a little bit of a divergence up here. Do I have the ES chart up? I do. So you can see that ES here on the right made a lower high, and then NQ made a higher high. So that is usually a good indication of a possible reversal, and maybe that's what we see here going into the open. And so maybe that means we get a pullback, right? So if we can come back down here to this 25,100 area, then I'll be looking for a long. We'll see. Maybe we just come back down here to this recent consolidation, but there's really not much for me to do at the moment. Yeah, it's right there on the screen, Steve. Right here in the bottom, right? You see that? Yeah, right there in blue. Maybe I should do it in black. Oh, I got to remove this. Let's do this to black. There you go. Don't be another Jesse Livermore. I don't look at volume at all. Whether it's a lot of volume or a low volume, if prices are going higher, my job is to participate in that, right? I can't discriminate against volume here. So, it's whether it's low volume or high volume, the bank will still take it, right? So we're buying Ferragamos today. It's been a really great few weeks, so I'm thankful for that. That AMD finally broke. I know we were talking about it on Tuesday. We're seeing like beautiful AMD gap up. I have some of that. I have Tesla, of course, semis. I did buy the pullback yesterday in Oklo. So we'll see if that can get going tomorrow. Another thing I'll say, don't be another Jesse Livermore. Your sizing should be reflected on the setup that you're taking over time, right? Like I cannot decrease my sizing based on volume. Like for me, maybe for you it makes sense, but from my perspective, your sizing needs to be in alignment with what price is telling you, right? Whether it's like if we're seeing a high volume market, then that's usually on the downside, and you're seeing these big expansion candles down. Sizing is probably smaller because of the width of these sort of candles, right? Like my average stop in NQ is 30 points. In a high VIX environment where when the volume is really high, it'll be 60 points. So then my sizing based on that gets cut in half. That's the only reason sizing will change for me, but not on volume. Look, it's look at how many stocks are breaking out to new all-time highs. What, you know, so high volume, low volume, parameters are still being met. So I myself have to execute. Like Mary and I were talking about it. If this is a moment that an area that you thrive in, I thrive in this. I do a little bit better in this because I'm a trend follower, and so I have to execute. Right, it's my job to show up and execute. All right, we have 5 minutes to the open. Points, ticks. Yeah, I've never got to call it ticks. Is it safe to say you're day trading as well in NQ as a trend following system with buying and scaling around? Yes. In uptrends like we are right now, I'm looking to buy pullbacks into support and to continue to participate in the higher time frame uptrend, right? So I am therefore looking for a lower time frame entry. My buy box is something like down here, right? So I'm looking for a lower time frame pullback in a higher time frame uptrend to allow me to participate in the trend that is taking place. Yeah, I have I swing trade stocks and futures all the time. Why wouldn't we in this market? Like my day trades turn into swing trades just because of the location. Like if I'm buying a pullback in a daily, like let's say this is the daily uptrend, right? And you get a pullback and I buy that on a 2 minute or 5 minute, well, the daily is going to continue. So why wouldn't I hold runners, right? So, I mean, that's my strategy. When a lot of you guys say, hey, close here, we're going to find resistance. Well, I want to participate in the overall trend. Why would I cut myself short? Would it work all the time? No. In environments like this, yeah. So I have a long from yesterday in my own personal swing account. So we're just going to ride that. Hey, no, that's awesome, man. Thank you. I'm glad anything that I can share is helping in your own journey. Okay. This is a journey and we have to live long enough, like Deli says, in order to understand how to really trade and understand market structure and therefore become consistent, right? But it takes time, and you have a good lineup here of traders on NinjaTrader Network that share what they're doing, share their executions, analysis, some lessons in there, and therefore helps everybody. All right, so let's we have 2 minutes here into the open. I will be taking a look at my swings here just in case I need to take any partials. We have some pretty big gap ups taking place, and so I want to keep an eye on those and see what holds and what doesn't. AMD with a big gap up. Oklo, what's the gap up looking at like? 2.4% gap up. Not bad. Let's see if we can blast out of here. I'm hoping AMD can have a big push. I got some TNA yesterday. So looking to see maybe if we get some rotation into small caps, then this recent pullback in small caps, TNA can lead to a push back up. All right, so it looks like look, that divergence here that I called out a bit ago, we're seeing that the rejection from there, always a good indication, but I'm not looking to short the market at all. So let's see if ES can come back down to that overnight breakout here that I talked about. 67, 68 area, and then NQ possibly to 25 if some profit taking takes place. I'm looking for a buy here. If we hold up here, then I'm going to look to see if we can form some sort of acceptance here before I engage on the long side. I can't really, there's nothing up here for me to sort of trade for the long side. So let's see what we get. All right, come on down. The price is right. A little bit of profit taking. All these alarms going off. What's going on? Let me see. Wow, what a gap up in Broadcom. All right, let's see if we can hold any pullback here to 67, 68 in ES. And we're like some sort of buying to show up there to see if my reversal setup triggers. And then I'll look for here in NQ. Let me just change the color of this. Oh, it's here. Oh, why did it turn red? All right, well, this is green. This is supposed to be green. Okay, so let's see. No, it's not really, there's no follow through at the moment. So yeah, 67, 68 here is the prior day high at 67, 69 and 75 cents, I believe. And then we have support here from that overnight breakout. I'll share this here quickly while we wait. Here's ES here on the left. I'm looking to see if we can come back down and backtest that breakout and prior day high. And then NQ, I'm looking to see if we can see some buying show up at 25,110-ish for scenario one. If not, we come down to London low. So let's see if we get that. We're seeing lower prices, which is good. We need a little bit lower down here. ES is really not budging. Just waiting, guys. So we can come back down here. So close. 25, 105, 115 areas, that first area of support. No, MA. What do I use to look at buying? I don't know how to explain that. Buying is just means that we're changing from a downtrend to a uptrend. So what I want to see here is a lower low, lower high, lower low, and then I'm looking to get long on a reversal and the reclaim of this lower high area, right? So we have our lower high here, our second lower high. If we can break above that, then we've now transitioned into a higher high, higher low structure. And therefore the trend has changed from down to up. And that's my way of participating in a reversal. What got me comfortable holding futures overnight? One, my sizing, right? By the time I'm holding the swings, it's the sizing has gone down a bit. And then also I combine my swing trading background with my day trades, and therefore I'm able to, the only reason I can hold these multi-day swings is because I'm buying pullbacks. So I'm buying usually the low of a pullback. If you're buying the highs of a daily candle close, you can imagine that the next day we can break that, right? Because you bought it so high. But if I buy it at the bottom of that daily candle, then it's mostly protected because it's so low. And in a trend following structure, what you're buying is this high low. So if I buy down here, my entry here is protected against any sort of short-term action that can take place up here, right? All right, so we've come down into our first area of support. I'm looking to see if we can get some buying come in to engage with the market or engage in the market. Yeah, Ben, my runners will have a stop by break even, and then I'll just trail that. Like it's a swing position for me now. Or until we move up quite a bit and haven't seen a pullback. Like I know there's probably a high probability of a big pullback, and so I'll take more partials or I'll close it. Like I bought the FOMC low, and then I closed most of it on the following Monday, when we sort of just rallied nonstop on that Monday, close to like 600 points, and I closed most of it. All right, so I'm just waiting here. ES is we have a little bit of divergence here. There's no new low here in ES below this candle. And then in NQ, we are seeing a pullback. So we're now testing this first support area here in NQ. I'd like to see if we can hold here and set up our bullish reversal structure. If not, most likely we're coming down to London low around 25,070, 75 area. So I'm waiting to see how the structure is. In the meantime, let me take a look at my swings. Beautiful AMD breaking out nonstop. Let's push that higher. ASML new highs. What's crowd doing? Beautiful. What's hood doing? Not bad. Consolidating. Microsoft seeing higher. Beautiful. MU. Beautiful. Net breaking out. NVIDIA. Beautiful. 190. I'm thinking we can get to 200 in NVIDIA. Oracle. Nice gap up. PLTR. Pull back a little bit. Snow. What's Snow doing? Beautiful gap up in Snow. My goodness. That is treating me very well. I do have some TNA. Beautiful. We're seeing a little bit of rotation into cyclicals. You see RTY. I have TNA, which is like a 3 times IWM ETF. So, but we're seeing that you can see that financials, industrials are strong and tech is weak, which is why we're seeing ES here hold this low, right? We're not really breaking lower. And then NQ has lower prices. So we're seeing rotation take place in real time. And therefore, for myself, for my swing trading, that's why I have some TNA position on to participate in that rotation. I have some Oklo, which I'm hoping it can hold this gap up and start going higher. That would be fantastic. I have some Oracle Snow doing very well. Beautiful. All right, so we are into, looks like we're going to see London slow. Again, my settings for London slow and high are different. Let me share the ES 5-minute here. You can see London slow here. We're coming into that NQ on the right. ES has not even come down to the 67, 68 zone. So I'm thinking, hey, maybe ES comes down to this zone, bounces, NQ takes out London's low. We have a divergence there and SMT, and then we trigger a bounce, right? So I'm sort of trying to see if we do get something like that. But I'm waiting here. I mean, there's a pretty big divergence here. Yes, still no new low. Is that a new low? I think it is. I can't see exactly. I can do this. The low was 72. Oh, there you go. We did make a new low. Okay, so NQ is coming into London's low here. This is my next area of reversal. We're also back testing that breakout, that overnight breakout. Let me share this hourly plan again. Here we are in NQ, seeing scenario 2. So let's see if we can hold up here. ES is now back testing that breakout as well. So if we can hold here and then put in a low, then great. If not, it's just a waiting game, right? I have to wait. I'm not missing anything here. I do not want to short. I do not look to short in an uptrend, and therefore I just wait for pullbacks to buy. Like I cannot consistently do that. For me, it's not sustainable. That means I'll miss moves like this, and I'm completely fine with that. But some of you guys maybe cut that short. What is my definition of London's low? It's really the settings. My settings are a bit different. And so my London low might be different from your London low. I think my London low is at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Where we had equal lows, so now we just broke right through that. So, hey, smart trade. Absolutely. That's what we're here for. I want to learn some of their stuff too. Who? I don't trade ICT. That's awesome, smart trader, right? Great for you. All right, so we broke through London's low. We're coming into not exactly yet. Prior week high. Prior day high is at 25,037. Prior week highs is at 25,026, around there. So that is my we're still ES at support now, that first area of support. I'm looking to engage here on a long soon if we can get a reversal setup formed for me. Wow, I own Q, beautiful reversal. I was hoping for Oakland to do the same. Come on, do something. All right, let's see. We're also Qs are coming back into the gap. SPY has almost closed it. Qs almost closed it as well. I'm looking to engage here if we see some buying come in and trigger the reversal setup. Here's the 15-minute look. Broke right through that. Look at that. Selling is strong. So if you caught that short, fantastic, right? Pay yourself and see how low it'll go. We're now coming into that next area of support for me, which is this prior week high, prior day high. So I'm looking to engage here if we get some buying come in. But we'll see. It's just a waiting game. I have to continue to wait. And I have not missed anything, right? If you don't really look too short in an uptrend, you haven't missed anything. So, but I'm happy if you guys are short, make those points. Oh, I missed that question, Jacob. I didn't see it. I don't know what happened. George says it doesn't exist. We'll call it the magic line, right? The Chris magic line. All right, so I'm going to be a little bit on the aggressive side. For a 90-minute reversal here. So what we've seen is that's a straight flush. To answer that question, what I see when buying comes in, when the 90-minute downtrend ends, then I know that buying, well, I don't know at that moment that buying will come in. It's only when the reversal takes place. I sort of don't wait for the buying to come in. I take part in the buying. I don't want that one. That triggers the reversal. Which is why I do want to learn a little bit of the order flow stuff to learn from that area of expertise. Did we take out prior day high? All right, we took out prior day high and London weekly high, not yet. So if we get this 2-minute reversal here, 2-minute 90-minute lower high, I'm going to be engaging in a long here in NQ. So let's see how the lower high looks like. I'm looking for something like this: lower low, lower high, maybe a new low, or maybe sort of like a higher low and then reversal. But either way, I am looking to engage here. We do have an SMT here. ES made a higher low. NQ made a lower low. So we have a little bit of a divergence there, which is good. It's what I want to see. I do need to wait for that 90-minute lower high, although it might, and the 90-minute is currently a little bit too high. My aggressive side wants to come out here and I'll wait here. Maybe the entry sets up above this candle, but my aggressive side is saying, hey, this is like a long right here. So I might engage here. I'm waiting for that lower high that we're putting in maybe right now. And this looks to be like the lower high here. Lower low, lower high. What do we get here? Let's see here. All right, so I got a little bit aggressive. I'm taking the long here. If I take a stop here, that's fine for me. Again, this is a little bit on the aggressive side for me because I'm not waiting for the 90-minute lower high to be put in, but I really like this level here. So I'm okay if I get stopped out. I'm totally okay with that. This is a level that I want to see we can engage in. So it looks like we may have our 90-minute lower high here now. Let me move this over here. Lower low. We don't see a rejection yet. We need to see rejection into the 90-minute to confirm the lower high. So maybe that takes place here. And then we do something like this. Maybe we'll, but so I'm gonna wait to see how it unfolds here. So yes, I'm looking at the 2-minute on trading view, and it does look like we have our lower high here. Here's the 2-minute on ES and NQ. You can see that this is the rejection. Lower low, lower high, and then rejected a little bit. That is the lower high taking place in real time. lower low, lower high, rejection. So that's we are seeing the 2-minute 9 MA lower high, which means this is the normal entry. I did get a little bit on the aggressive side. So if I go through a stop, that's fine. Let's see what takes place after. Okay, so I took a stop there because I was a little bit aggressive. Let's see if we can now, so we have our lower low, lower high, and then we're putting in our second lower low here. Did we take out prior week highs? We just clipped them. We do have another divergence here between ES and NQ. So let's see if we can hold here and then set up a lower high again. And then at that point, set up a reversal. If we do not hold this prior day high, prior week high, then we're most likely going to see 950s, 960s. Look at that, very strong here. How are the swings doing? Oh, ES made a new low now. Okay. So there's no longer a divergence between the indices. Let's see if we can hold here. Yes, sorry, NQ finally took out prior week highs. We're into that support area. I want to see if we can if we can set up the reversal now here. We do have some R-side divergence now. In both ES and NQ. So let's see if we can hold here. If not, we'll most likely continue lower. Wow, what a sell-off in. Does that mean with all other? Yeah, semis are selling off now. Did we get a gap close in SPY? We did. Qs, we did. Still no buying. Look at that. Wow. So scenario 1 failed in ES. We're seeing scenario 1.2 now. Maybe we see a test of prior week highs in ES. We are at the hourly 20 EMA, which is that bounce area. Same for NQ, while also taking prior week highs. So I am looking to still engage here. All right, let's see if we do form this. We have a second lower low. We're moving in to put in that second lower high here. And now I want to see a lower high into the declining 9 MA and then engage on a long. All right, we're getting that lower high candle. It's this candle here, so I'll be looking to take the break of this candle's high. So we have our second lower high here. And if we can break above that on the next candle, I'll look to get long. All right, if that triggers, I'll get long. So what we need to see now in order to break through prior week highs, we really need acceptance and we need to consolidate down here. So in order for me to really engage, like I can't engage on the short side yet until we do that and then break lower. At the moment, what we're seeing is the 90-MA downtrend coming to an end, lower low, lower high, lower low. We have our side divergences, and now that can trigger the reversal back up. All right, so that lower high was reclaimed. ES reclaimed it as well. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, and then break higher. So I'm looking to see now if there's follow through to higher to a bounce. And look to see if we can get some targets above hit. And I'll be looking for 1.5R. And let's see if we can hold. I'll remove this now. And this is my trade here. If it fails today, then so be it. But it has continued to serve me well. And then maybe we are seeing a stronger sell-off, and then there's really nothing for me to engage here at the moment. And then wait for either acceptance for me to engage on a short, something like this. Oh, where'd it go? Or we move straight lower and don't see any acceptance. Looks like I'll get stopped out here. And then maybe we set up a reversal here, right? But it's just a waiting game now to see what we do. Can this be a internal higher low? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, higher low, and then bounce? Or we do make new lows and don't hold prior week highs, prior day high combo. And if that's taking place, then we're seeing a little bit of a strong flip. If we flip under last week's high, that's usually not a good sign. It can lead to a stronger sell-off. What are you guys seeing here on the chat? For NQ, would you say it's might get stopped out here? It's heavy, huh? NQ not holding prior week highs is a little bit of a not a good sign, because then that can flip the weekly candle rotation higher. And so that means we can get now a daily reversal lower. Let's see what the daily looks like. Yeah, we don't want this breakout to fail, right, guys? What EMAs am I using? I use the 9 SMA, the 20 and the 50 are EMAs. Oklo rejected back down, spot, not doing much. All right, looks like we have an internal higher low here. Same for ES. Let's see if we can hold here and then see the bounce higher. And then trigger that reversal. Hey, Amir, thank you so much for that comment. I'm so thankful that what I share helps in any way. So thank you for that. So we created that higher low, and for now, this low is protected in both ES and NQ. And so as long as that is protected, we can see higher prices. Okay. So let's see if we can really truly bounce. We did take out that prior week high and prior day high combo in NQ. I remember that was like the sort of main spot that I was looking for. In ES, we are above prior week highs. We did take out prior day high though in London low, and we're attempting to see a bounce now. So let's see if we can stake out a push up higher. If not, then what this can turn into is acceptance, a wedge, and then a breakdown, right? So let's see, I'll remove this. But we really need to push out of here now in order to confirm that reversal taking place. If not, it's a little bit heavy, so I agree, MA. Are you saying you just looked at Delta for that, or did you look at the DOM as well? Let's see if we can bounce back up. We need semis to bounce back up for sure. Yeah, NVIDIA just consolidating it back above there. We did run up a lot yesterday, so let's see if we can push out here. Here's the trade plan from this morning. We can see scenario 2 has us moving into prior week high, prior day high, and then bounce. We're seeing a little bit of that bounce, right? If I can go to the 5-minute here, you can see price came in with this. Tested this area. I don't know why my zones are taking a while to show up. Hello? Anytime now. Okay, here you go. Tested this prior week, prior day high, and we're getting that bounce now. We want to see follow through here now, back up, in order to know that we are going to respect this prior week low, prior day high. We need to see acceptance now here in order to really have a sustainable move lower. Can we still break lower without creating this? Yes, but to me, that just means sort of like the rubber band is being expanded too much, right? So acceptance tells us that we can have a sustainable new move lower. And unless we form that, I have to continue to think that this is support here, prior week high, prior day high. My aggressive trade, did take a stop, and I'm okay with that. I tend to be, this is an environment where I thrive, right? So I tend to be aggressive on these pullbacks in uptrends, right? So I'll like, when was it? Monday? Like yesterday, I put on longs in the day trade account and the swing trade account, and so I'll put on size when in the environment that I thrive in. If a random trade like this stops me out, then so be it. I still know when I need to be pressing, and this is that environment, right? Like I want to remind people of that my job is to execute regardless of the short-term outcome. Like over time, I do substantially better when I am aggressive and execute well in this environment. Yeah, ES is a little bit stuck at the moment. We were seeing NQ sort of attempt a bounce here. Let's see if we can continue that. If not, this can become acceptance and we reject back down. NQ is leading at the moment. Man, IONQ, I missed that one. I had Oklo is just hanging around. I would like to see Oklo do the same thing. RGTI, you look at that. Netflix, oh, Netflix took a beating, huh? All right, here's the S. It's starting to show a little bit of life here, creating a wedge. If you see here, let's see if we can break out of this wedge and trigger a push higher. And let's see if NQ can take us up higher to that one, back to that 110, 115 zone. But that test at prior week highs held beautifully, and I needed to do what I needed to do, and now we wait to see if the outcome is favorable or not. But I did my job and executed where I needed to. I agree, Jay. All right, we're seeing a little bit of follow through here. Let's see if we can keep going and come back up into that 110 area. But so far, beautiful hold of this prior week high test. Let's take a look at my swings here. Oh, snow, Jesus. Wow, what a move in snow so far. Beautiful. I feel like I got to take some partials in snow here, guys. What a move. I'm gonna hold on for a bit. This has a lot of potential. Rejected. No follow through. Oh gosh, what a reversal in a net. A little bit of a mixed market. SMH failing. Julian, I have snow just shares. I don't trade options that much. I tend to keep my leverage opportunities for futures. Like if I can just swing trade stocks and leverage futures with that, I'm good. I don't need options. All right, so ES having a little bit of a rough time. Let's see if we can continue to hold this ES and then bounce. That'll mean NQ can bounce up here. Failing to really reclaim the 68, 70 area here in ES will mean that we see lower prices, right? That this will sort of break lower. Shorts target 56, you say? Yeah, we're not. ES is stuck here. NQ is the one that saw the bounce off prior week highs. So let's see if we can continue to hold here. But so far, look at the 4-hour structure here. We're just consolidating here. Maybe ES holds and bounces. NQ just consolidating here above prior week high. We came down, we tested it. Can we continue to hold and then push out? Here's an update on the hourly here while we wait. ES is stuck here into that sort of scenario one-ish. NQ here held that prior week high test, and we're seeing that bounce take place now. Looking to see if we can see much higher prices. If not, this will most likely fail, and then possibly now at that point make new lows, right? But it's just a waiting game now. I executed where I needed to, and I just have to wait to see if we do hold, and if ES can hold here and break out higher. But pretty big divergence here at the moment. Let's see if this turns into a failed breakdown in ES. Yeah, but that wedge creation, lower low, lower high, can that turn into a failed breakdown and push up higher? If not, ES wants to see lower prices, right? But there's really at this point now, there's really not much for me to do. It's a bear flag. I hope it pays you if it breaks, my guy. Wow, RQLB, what a move. We have a new low in ES. I think it's going to that 56 area that somebody talked about. NQ's just hanging around here. ES so weak. Look at that. Let's see if the low is protected in NQ. If not, I'll go through a stop, and then that'll probably mean I stop engaging in this area here. When I take, we do have the 5-minute lows in ES do have a R side divergence. So let's see what it's coming into. It's coming into that prior week high. So there's still a chance that this can turn into a 90-minute low, lower high, and then reversal back up and create a failed breakdown into the test of prior week highs here at 67.56. So I'm just going to sit in my trade and see what happens. Financials getting crushed. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, we need to see those bounce, huh? Rocket Lab is on fire. All right, let's see. If I get stopped out, I could flip my desk like in the movies. No, it's just a job. If it doesn't work, then I just wait for my next setup. Good morning, Chris. Don't mean to interrupt the trade, but is that an indicator above your RSI or separate? The indicator above is the delta above the RSI. Is that what you mean? Yeah, Jay. RKLB did stop me out before as well. Do I let it play out, or at one point do you scratch your position if the behavior has changed? I have found that I need to let the trade play out. Sometimes my discretionary side does come in, and sometimes it helps me, sometimes it doesn't, right? I tend to, in certain environments, I will say that I do scratch out of it because I know the tape that we're in, and so I'm saying, you know what, maybe I don't want to stay in this, right? So I will get out of it. Most of the time, if we are in a bullish uptrend like we are right now, I have to sort of stick with it, especially if we just tested prior week highs and prior daily highs, especially as we're seeing this pretty big divergence here. So you can see ES moved in to put in that lower low here. If it can create a lower high here and then reverse, then we can trigger up. If not, I mean, it just NQ's flat. Arjun, why would we put the stop at 39 and answer that? Talking to somebody in my group. Sailor, I can speak on whatever I want, my guy. I do a lot to share on here. Maybe you haven't seen, so you can rewatch some videos. That is funny. Sometimes I will swing on the personal account, Tom. It depends on the type of entry that I have, right? Sailor, it sounds like you don't have enough exposure in a rising market. If you're annoyed about me talking about other trends taking place. All right, so I'm still waiting here to see if ES can. We have that lower low, lower high out of this wedge. If we can trigger a 9 MA reversal from here, we'll get a failed breakdown from this wedge contraction, and that can trigger a reversal back up. We did not exactly take out prior week highs, so there's still a chance that we can do that. But look at NQ. NQ is pretty flat here. So nothing at the moment again for me to sort of think or to do anything. I just have to wait it out here. Can I look at something else? Though I have to look at the screen. Is that what you're saying? Can I look at the window? What can I look at, Sailor? If I have only can only focus on the screen. Which screen? Which screen do I focus on? All right, so look, this is good action here that we're seeing in NQ. You're only looking at my webcam. Thanks, Wadi. Yes, I'm doing the competition next month or whenever it's the next one. Yes, rejected so far. We put in that lower high right here into an anime and rejected. Now, here's the chance to either put in a new low or create a higher low, an internal higher low here, and then bounce. If we don't, then we're just going to continue seeing lower prices. NQ just remains range bound here, right? It's really not doing much. Do I take it off? That is the question. Do I take it off? It's just ES is about to take out prior week highs. I want to wait. I think it just took out prior week highs. Let me see. 56.75, I believe, is prior week highs. Can somebody confirm? Reloaded. What eyes? I'm looking at you. $56.76. Thanks, John. So did we take that out? We tested it. We did not go below it. So, you know, that's still a good area here in ES. Maybe we can hold it and then set up the bounce, maybe. Yeah, we didn't exactly take it out yet. So let's see what happens here. NVIDIA moving higher. Beautiful. Let's get that to 200, please. Let's have a snow hold up here and then bounce. We do have a wedge setting up now. I'm gonna remove this for a bit. Just so I can draw on here. Come on, click on it. Why am I not? Oops, I don't want to do that. Let me remove, I don't want to do that either. There you go. All right, so we do have a wedge setting up here in NQ. I am tempted to close my long if we break lower, because that can mean that it will at that point possibly push down to new lows. You know, it just remains, it's flat, but it's still a little bit on the stronger side. We're just seeing, I mean, I'm looking at all these other, if I can look at another screen, if I may, I'm just looking at all these names continue to break out higher. And look at that. Now it's attempting a wedge break as soon as ES tested that prior week high. We didn't really take it out, but we came down there. So we like to see this. This is beautiful. I may not, Butter says. I got to look at one screen only then. Can I look at my phone screen maybe? Gosh, I don't know. I was going to be limited to what I could see today. All right, can ES now trigger that reversal here? It just remains so weak. And look, NQ continues to sort of take a staircase up higher. Let's see what our multiple, if we are even at our multiple here. We're around 0.5 R, but I really want to see if we can come back into that 110s area. Jude, I do me. Thank you. I just got to do me. You know, listen, I've been through too much to care what somebody like that guy says. But everybody's welcome, right? It's a welcoming community. We just can't show up and start talking that ish. Thanks, Star. Andrew, thank you. The new trade challenge is that you must be profitable without looking at the screen. Just like in gaming, right? Just spray and pray. Chris, how often does NQ and ES go in opposite directions? I don't know. I don't have any data on that. That's a good question. It just depends on where we're seeing strength in the market and what we're not, right? So right now, in the beginning, we saw weakness in tech while ES was holding. And so we're seeing a little bit of rotation into the cyclicals like financials, industrials, etc. Recently, NQ has been staying flat. So tech has been stronger. And then cyclicals have been weaker, right? Somebody pointed out that banks were going lower. I don't know if industrials were, but that's reflected in here, right? These are indices that track what the overall holdings of these ETFs are, right? I know we get some random other data in here involved and there's other things involved, but I still see these as indices that track SPYs and Qs. So let's see if we can trigger this 90-minute reversal in ES. That would be fantastic. It can lead to a bounce back up to 67, 68, and then ES can give us a push up into our 110s zone. Good vibes and good profits, absolutely. Chris, I really appreciate the detail that you go into into explaining your process. I've learned a lot from your explanation and your example of being patient and waiting for a trade. I'm waiting for patience. You know what has helped me is if I wait for the areas where it has the highest probability of the other side of the party doing better. Like for example, if we're seeing a pullback, what are the, what structure is that prior week high, prior day high combination that can sort of create a valid support? So if I wait to identify, well, first, if I am able to identify those areas and then wait for price to get to those areas and only execute in those areas, then I can do better over the long run. And so most of my trades now are just either reversals at those support areas or they are acceptance or wedges at highs or lows when I know that resistance, like if we kept rejecting from resistance and now we're coming into it and holding, then I know there's a higher chance that we break out. So for ES, we triggered that reversal here, which is what we wanted to see, right? You can see price came down here from this wedge, created a lower low, lower high, second lower low. We have now then triggered a reversal and we want to see a push up into 67, 68. Hopefully that can push NQ up here for our targets. But again, nothing for me to do at the moment here, and I just continue to wait. That's awesome to hear, Ben. Thanks, Larry. You guys have my back. Hey, Brian. Hey, what happened, Smart Trade? Talk to us. What happened that you hit your daily loss for the day? Were you stuck trading this sort of consolidation here, trying to look for a break? If I could suggest something, it would be if you can come to understand trend structure and then the shape that trend forms or the market forms. For example, when we have a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high downtrend, and it ends either maybe a third lower low or the second lower low, we end that structure and then we start a consolidation, and that consolidation turns to be like a wedge. From this wedge structure, we start a new 9MA uptrend, which is why I talk and trade the 9MA for so long. And then we start a new, if it's higher, higher high, higher low, higher high. Does that look familiar? Did we just see that price action? I think so. And if you compare that now to here, let me remove this again. What did we have? We had a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, internal higher low. That means there was no new low made. And then the reversal back into the 2050 EMA area. That gave us our swing high, rejected, gave us our swing low, and then created the wedge structure. Is that not familiar to this structure that I'm talking about? Yes, and that repeats over and over again. What happens after that? We can possibly get a breakout like this, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now in NQ. I have too many drawings now, so I have to remove them. But here is the higher high, higher low attempt now taking place. So that is now a new uptrend on a 2-minute. Okay, we have to be very clear on that. We are now seeing a new 9MA uptrend, meaning higher high, higher lows against a rising 9MA here in yellow. Before it was a lower low, lower high structure along a downward 9MA, right? And now it was flat, and so we consolidated, and now it's attempting a new higher high, higher low. So you see how I'm able to live inside that 9MA structure, and I apply that across multiple time frames. Now it's choppy, it may not work, but I can't control that, right? I can just control where I execute, my location. Like it's stuck here. That means there's maybe we do break lower. But I have to continue to wait. Let me go back to my I'm gonna move my first partial down here, so maybe to like 1.3R here in case we do push up. But look, some days will be like this, right? Some days will be like yesterday. Let me go to yesterday's action here, if I may. If I may. Let's see. Oh, I can't really. Like yesterday was a one way. So like I rode this whole uptrend, right? We can't see it that well. Oh, you know what? I can share it in TV. Let me go back to. Can I do this? Can I do this? So I'm just gonna wait here. But while I wait, let me show NQ here. Yesterday's action actually. So yesterday I got long in this pullback here. I took a 9MA reversal out of here. And so I participated in all of this, right? So this is my job. My job is to participate in trends. I participated in this push higher and I rode it all day, right? So that's my job. So if we don't develop a trend out of this trade, I have to be okay with that. I'm looking to engage in trends and therefore I need to give it time to really do that. ES remains so weak, guys. It's not really doing anything for us. So maybe I make a discretionary decision here to decide what I want to do for this trade. I want to see if we can maybe continue to hold this sort of smaller wedge that we were forming. Sometimes I do add to my positions, but I'll treat that as a separate trade. I won't treat it as I do use the 20 EMA, Mr. Nice Guy. It's just a little bit range bound. It's just chop right now in NQ. Prince. CRTO. Second here. Oh, what a reversal. And wow, what a reversal in Tesla, huh? I think everybody was expecting a big push on deliveries. I think did we make a new low in ES? We did. Did that take out London slow? Not London slow, sorry. Prior week highs. Prior week highs was at 56.75. We did not take it out yet. It tested that on the dot. So let's see if ES can continue here. Remember, we're still sort of, I mean, it's just choppy right now. But here's our wedge structure. We're just, I want to see if we can break back up. Hey, Merritt. It happens, smart trade. I would just say review, use this time to review and see if what you could correct. Yeah, prior week high continues to hold in ES. We did not take it out. Would have loved to have seen it take it out. Yeah, it's kissing it. So on the 5-minute NQ, we did test that 20 EMA, which is resistance. So maybe it looks like we're now creating another wedge here. But look, it's just a little bit choppy, range bound. I think if we can see ES start to really show up here and bounce, then maybe we can. But it's just so weak. So I may decide to close this out. We'll just see. Oh, I can see the 15-minute cues. Why we are consolidating here makes sense. We just went sort of straight up, not much of a pullback. So it makes sense that we're seeing this correction through time now to consolidate really that move that we saw. So we're seeing another bounce from prior week high in ES. Is this what people call a double bottom? Did we just bottom double times? Nothing so far. ES is so weak, huh? Oh, wait, did we take out? No, we tested it. Yeah. Can we bounce now? Can we get out of here now? Can we do that in a yes? Then can we see NQ higher here? I hope it gives it to us here. Come on, give us that push. I like to see that ES. Look at that ES. It's starting to flip back up. Let's continue holding that area down here at 56-ish and then give us a push higher. Look at that. Strong, strong. We want to see that. Oh, we're seeing Oklo bounce up now. Fantastic. Beautiful. Look at that. Oh, goodness. No, Prince. I've never really got into that. Yeah, same here, Squirrel. Let's hold here and then let's push out. Hood at all-time highs. Fantastic. Come on. We're stuck at 0.5 R from my trade. I hoping we can push up here. If we can get above this area here in ES, I think we're good. Just really can't really get above that. Ben, you're short. Guys, we gotta get at least a couple more likes here. Let's get to 500 if we can. Support the network. There's a lot of big things happening soon that you guys will be informed on. So just keep supporting the network, please. A lot of big things happening. Just sideways. ES is super weak. It won't break. I don't like the look in I don't like the look that's starting to form an NQ. We have not NQ, sorry, in Qs. We have sort of a look at this structure here. This rising channel, you want to call it a bear flag. But it's just this is a correction, right? An upward correction that's not really doing much. So I may get out of my trade here because of that. Yes, we should have seen the bounce by now, right? That's what I'm thinking here. Just super, it's stuck. Like typically it's already what? It's been an hour and 10 minutes. We should have seen the bounce by now. So maybe what I do is I just bring my size down. All right, so I just cut size down in half. Just because I don't like the look of this. We can break down here. We're not seeing any follow through. So I got out a half at break even. I believe break even, or maybe I don't know, maybe a few points above. But we're failing to really reclaim. Did we just take out prior week highs? We did. So I'm okay with half size now, and I will just wait and see how this forms now. But it's just been choppy. I'm on here Tuesdays and Thursdays. Squirrel. Shaq, I'm just bullish the market because we're in an uptrend. Like one day rejection, like maybe we're seeing this right now, is it doesn't change the trend. So I cannot be bearish. Intraday, are we seeing some selling pressure? Sure, but that doesn't change the trend. No, I may. Since I hold for multiple days, I don't have a time limit for a trade. The structure can change things, right? And may get me to say, hey, no, this is happening instead, and so I'll change maybe my position sizing. But so if you were looking at this for a short, then you know, my short would have been here somewhere like here, and then a stop here. But ES is not holding that prior week highs. Getting that breakdown now. Yeah, it's not good. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to close it and take a half size stop on maybe minus 0.6 R in the rest. And then I'm just going to wait it out here. So it was good that I did cut my size in half. And then I just took a small stop on the other. And then I'm just going to wait it out. You can see this structure here a little bit better. So now what we want to see is if ES is breaking the prior week highs, then it can come down here into the, so scenario 1.2 was a break of prior week highs, then we see 67.40s, which we can get there today. And then if NQ breaks prior week highs, then we get to scenario 2.1 and we come down to 950s, 960s. You guys caught that short, right? Fantastic. I agree, Carlos. That changed. The next zone in ES is Fitz. You should know it's in the plan. It's the 6743 area. All right, let's see if we can hold now. ES did take out prior week highs. Let's see what forms here in NQ. We do have a lower low, lower high taking place. Do we come back down, make new lows, or do we trigger a reversal? But I would say NQ has been a little bit on the choppy side. We're just consolidating, right? Looking at this hourly here, sorry, this 4 hour here in NQ, we're just sideways since that overnight session. So next area of interest in ES is 43. I'm using the 9 MA SMA and then the 20 and the 50 EMA. I don't track the 9 EMA because it doesn't follow the lower low, lower high structure as well as the SMA. Right, like this is a perfect here. So the trade only yielded 0.5 R. Didn't really break above this. But look at that breakdown, right? It was let's see what it yields you guys if you guys are short. This is what a typical short would look like for me. It's at 1.5 R. Not bad. All right, let's see if NQ makes new lows. No hold in ES for prior week highs after really trying to hold that for a while. Now, just waiting him to see if we can come back down to this lower area here. And then NQ maybe makes new lows. But really not much movement trend-wise from really an hour or so. Have to continue to see what we do. Oh, beautiful reversal on Oklo. Just fantastic. Hood all-time highs. Love to see snow hold up here. That would be great. If you caught, I mean, if you're still in that short, ES is the one that has really paid the short side from that breakdown up here. Look at that. It's down 30 points or so. Fantastic. NQ did drop, but it's sort of been flat for the last few hours. Oh gosh, what's coin doing? Is it up again? Yeah, beautiful. I'm looking for a pullback in that. Hey, Claudio, no problem. That's why we're here. Absolutely. Gold finally dropped. I know Merritt kept looking for that short. Hopefully he's in that now. If you're in here, Merritt, hopefully it's paying you. A little bit slow action now. Wow, what a push in Oklo. I gotta take some partials in that something. Let me see. Phoenix, I look at well, I mean, my question would be, what was the week's high? It's either right. It's like there's only one weekly high. There can't be I guess if you're only looking at the RTH session, yeah, you're not going to see, but that doesn't but then you have to ask yourself, was that really the prior week's high? Like, what is the overall weekly last week's high, right? That's how I see it. It has to be the high of the week. We just have to show up and execute the best that we can.
Hey, good morning. Good morning,
Hey,
Chris.
so what's up?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Good. How about you, my man?
I'm great. I am great. Very happy with this day.
Yeah, you got the shorts?
I did. I did.
Look at you
Magically,
shorting.
I found the red button today. And yeah, I didn't want to push it, but I did. I'm glad I did. I pressed the green button quite a bit too, so I did both.
What do you have right now?
Nothing. Zilch.
Okay.
I had one last try at this long, at like the 57, but lost overnight low in ES and then kept pushing. And NQ has not yet taken its overnight low out, so I'm just kind of chilling, waiting for that to happen. Next spot on ES I like is like 43, 44, somewhere down there. So
Oh, I have that level too.
nice, sweet. Yeah. So I'll chill. How about you?
I was in this long. It didn't really produce the bounce that I wanted. So it only hit 0.5 R for me. And then I took half out at break even. And then I closed the rest a little bit below that. It was just not producing the bounce that, NQ took out prior week highs, prior day highs. And so it did hold at the moment. So I imagine, there was some buying there for you, maybe around 25,000. Well, are you trading NQ or not yet?
No, I'm watching it, but that's when I was getting into ES is once
Yeah.
once NQ had filled its gap there. And yeah, it's still quite heavy. I don't know. And now it looks like it's gonna push. So I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it run its overnight low so I can check that off. It's also got a big round number down there, 25K. So I don't see why I can't wait for that. But yeah, it's possible it's not going to touch that either. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it seems quite strong. It's much stronger than ES is right now.
Very very sluggish too, the price action.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. ES is definitely the cleaner one today. Wow, a lot of offer lifted right there at 34.50. This seller is like, okay, let's go. Let's get the overnight low, please. Maybe this guy's just as frustrated as me. That's fun.
Yeah. What a push. I mean, yesterday was nonstop. Did you catch that? I don't know. Were you on
Yeah.
yesterday?
I was I on yesterday? Yeah, I was on with Kane in the morning time.
Oh, yes.
I was very long. I took my last I left the desk and was just done trading, just went and did some other stuff. I got my last fill at 53, I think, and then I turned on the afternoon show and I was like, "Oh, okay, I guess it kept partying without me." But it does that sometimes.
Yeah. But I mean, good exit. That was a fantastic trade yesterday.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Great long.
Yeah, well, Monday and Tuesday had my number. So Wednesday and Thursday, bringing it back.
You were just coasting.
Yeah. Some days are easy, some days are not. But that's the way she
Absolutely.
goes.
We just have to show up and execute.
Yep. That's right.
All right, my man. I gotta go take a look at these swings I'm in.
All right, homie. Good
I'll
luck.
see you. Good stuff. I'll be watching. And you enjoy the rest of your weekend, right?
All right, you too, brother. I'll see you in a couple weeks. I'm stoked
I
to
know.
hang.
I'll be driving the golf cart while you golf. For
All
sure.
right, cool. That's cool.
All
All right,
right,
later, Chris.
You all take care. All right, chat. Take care. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is a good morning. Look at this thing pushing into this 50 guy. Get him. Yeah, I like that 43. I bought it. I bought it yesterday. I guess I bought 40. I guess I bought 40 yesterday, but I like this area. Okay, NQ making a new low. Good. NQ is just now at its previous day close. So I'm keeping an eye on that. Its overnight low is very close. And there is, there's 100 people at 25K, so that's good. That's something. This is funny. ES is making, this is a fun thing that happens sometimes on when the market is insane. ES trying to make a bearish single print here on top of a bullish single print from yesterday. I love it. I love it. It's so fun. Is that all they're going to get for NQ? Let's look at it. Let's see. Oops, I haven't messed with this chart yet. I gotta scroll up. All right, here we go. So this is NQ, and we're in this battle here now. This seller is like, hey, I would like to see this retrace some more. And this buyer is like, are you sure? So we're in this two-way on NQ right now. NQ has been a lot more bullish than ES is. As you can see, ES is really, really at an extreme here. But I'll keep pressing on it. So I'm gonna leave it alone. I bought this area a billion times and scalped it off. So I'm good for the day until this shows a true context reversal. I am chilling. Yeah. Yeah, JS. Yes. I feel you. Good morning, Phoenix. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Ben. No, Ben, I won't just buy 43. I mean, that's just where I want to see, anybody home? Because there were people around. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, down here. This is where I was getting into that long yesterday, like 12:45. So I'm looking. So we're coming down. You can kind of tell on the profile. So this is yesterday. We're coming down into this, and this was really. I mean, this was really strong. So we haven't even tested this high, this high. I mean, it couldn't pull back at all yesterday. So this is not that crazy. Nice. Still pushing. But NQ still fighting with its previous day close. That's wild. But yeah, no, don't ever just buy a level, because that stuff's levels are made up anyway. You have to have other participants to lean on once you get down there. So everybody just relax. It's Thursday. But yeah, I'm with you, Ben. And that's smart, brother. Who else we got in here? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Drunk Radish. Hey, brother. Hey, Trader Nautilus. Good morning. Good morning, Summit. Good morning, Lobo Trader. Good morning, Jai. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Steve. Good to see you too, my friend. All right, let's flip to NQ. We'll see what happens down here. This is a level that I mark all the time, not just because it's overnight low. This is something else right here at exactly 2504.50. So I'm gonna explain it in a second. Okay, NQ touched its overnight low. Does it really matter? There's a push. Nothing. See this? Nobody home down here. All right, there's a buyer. Okay. There's a buyer at 95. Ah, whoops. Wrong bracket. Can't quite get away with that. There we go. Okay. There was a bid. There was a bid that came in. Let's see. Let's see if he can hold on to it. See what we get. Show me what you got. Yes, not quite to 43. But I mean, big buyer down there before. All right, cool. We got half our size off here. I'm playing for low day right now. So this either takes me out for scratch or we're going back into balance. Ah, damn, it doesn't. Do I not have the NQ position guy anymore? I'm sorry. I suck at this. This is pretty good. Encouraging bounce so far. Back in the IB would also be helpful. ES has got some fans. Just got some friends going on. Is anybody here? Is Leo here? I'm trading NQ, Leo. Where you at? All right, so we're coming back up to this seller that was rewarded. You can see there's like a billion lows right here. So I mean, we're cutting right through them.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
That's a good Leo bite. I like that. I love it. CB, my time frame is I use 750 volume candles on NQ. Now this was a good trade. All right, we're at previous day high now at 036. You long two fly here? Nice job, homie. How are you today? You're a good trader, dude. Thanks for always hanging with me. I appreciate it. Let's see what this previous day high guy has. I'm trying to zoom in here. If we get back in this band, I'll cut it because 25 points is 25 points. But I want to see this previous month value area high hold now. Yep, it did. All right, added 28. Yes, what you doing? Can you get off the mat, please? We're trying to go up here. Get this previous day high guy out the way. Sorry, I didn't plan to be in a trade. I'm supposed to be talking about VWAPs or whatever, but market gives you trade. You got to take it, baby. Get this guy out of here. Nobody likes you. Go home. Passive sellers are bullish. Hope that helps. I mean, he's not doing anything. He's not crossing. He's just absorbing it. So it gives me confidence. I got my finger on the flatten button though. If we get back below previous month value area high, which is like 0.25. But again, trying to catch this low day here. Cross up. It's getting a little wiggly. Okay, ES is off the mat, I would say. I'll take one. I'll try to put one up here on the other side of this little LVN here. I think I added right here. Yeah. Rip it, baby. Let's go. Woo! Hell yeah. That was a trade. Oh, it's happening. Let's go. That's a golf shot, baby. Hey, Toasty Trades, what's up? Let's see. We got a guy at 50. A little bit. I'll take another one. And then we will just curl this baby up here. And we will be happy with that for our stop loss. 6 points. We got a cool runner. And we will target the other side of balance with that. Cool. Love it. We are so back today, chat. So back. Okay. Do you guys want the super secret alpha? Do you want it? Because I have some. But in order to lick till I'm about to tell you, brother, in order for me to dish out the super secret sauce, we're going to need something. What's a good thing? What are we going to need? How many subscribers we have? How many likes we got right now? 1,000 likes? That's too many. Hold on. How many people are in here? Let me check. I keep it closed so I don't like. But I'm going to go to the YouTube. And I'm going to see how many people are watching this damn thing. There's 1,000 people in here watching this right now, okay? All right. We have 494 likes. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's 50%. Okay. We got to get to... If we get to 700 likes, I will tell you why I took this trade that looked like a knife. It has nothing to do with overnight low. Nothing to do with this at all. And we're stopped on a runner. That's fine. You guys decide. You want the secret or not? Yeah. Gonna make me buy it again? Hmm? We get a redo? I've been trading ES for too long. I forgot. I forgot that in order for a trade to really work, you have to get stopped out 9,000 times. Low. Well, we only have 642 more subs to 150K. That's amazing, dude. What if we did that today? This is good alpha also, and people will be annoyed that I share it. I made it up, so I have the ability to share this. It's something that I found many years ago, and I use it every day. I've never talked about it on NinjaTrader. All we need... Loon, NQ had the opportunity, honestly. I kind of already did this on ES once. Press the like button Tell your friends. Get them in this chat. Quick. Call everybody you know that's not already in here. I don't really like that rejection, so it's not the world's coolest thing. But I gotta take it again. Why not? I'll take it twice. If I'm gonna take it once, might as well take it twice, right? We're still holding the view up from that low. So, but we're back fighting this dude. Yeah, it's a good spot. Stop there. And we've kind of we've isolated this node. I don't love that either. ES has a little bit further to go, maybe. Maybe this is London just being grouchy. It likes to be a little annoyed sometimes. Yep, still a buy right here. This guy's still buying. There's more. There's more bid. Still trying to party. We have to hold on. Brace. I'm just kidding. Don't brace. You should never feel like you have to brace. If you're in a trade, you feel like you need to hold on to something, you got too much size on. That's for sure. Ask me how I know. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me that's ever had too much size on. Never.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Oh, thank you, Butlers. Thank you. It doesn't count, though. Chris and I share likes. We'll see. We'll see if we'll see if we get to him. This is a nice spot, though. Back in the two-way. I mean, we popped this seller, and now we're back under him. Like, he's still pissed. He's like, this is previous day high. I'm going to stand here. I have stuff to do. I have business. But we also got Mr. Bid right here, too. He's happy because we're back above all these times when he wanted to buy. So I like staying on Mr. Bid's side for now. ES trying to get off the mat as well. It made an okay low, but it's still very much trending down. And this is not, we're not exiting this as fast as I would like to. Like this was a great trade because it went very quickly. Glad I added. That was good. Made a bunch of points on that ad. But now we're back in the same fight we were in before when we put the ad on. How many bullets does this guy have up here? Moses. Madonna. Pax is probably hitting the bid right here. That's what's killing me.
Oh,
Uncle
yeah.
Pax, you in here?
Daddy's going to get his Ferragamos.
All right, cool. I don't have to watch this. Jeez, so how do you know? I've had more size on than I should. Everyone's done it. No one can act like they haven't. Everyone's gotten away with it, and everyone's gotten punched in the face for it. And yeah, if you haven't yet, I find it hard to believe that you will avoid that specific situation without running into it. the hell's going on? All right, we got 10 minutes till the turn. This guy's really absorbing here. But we gotta wait. But this is very classic red team, blue team. They've turned this into the point of control. He's so excited. What you guys doing? What you guys doing down here? I'm starting to doubt it. So that means it might start to work here in a second. It is not moving very fast. I'm trying to watch this guy come in. Stack. There we go. Now they're excited. But no, brick wall. I mean, the bid definitely showed up there and tried to cross over. But look at this. Look at all these highs. This is where this dude is just standing. Gandalf right here at 035. Precious memories. Lift it. Lift it. Yes, it's trying to. Everybody's trying. Nope. This guy has every bullet that's ever existed. This is fun. This is quite the war. You don't often get to see two heavyweight fighters going at it like this. Personally, I'm a red team guy, as a rule. Because, I'm a fan of price going higher, not necessarily lower. There's your shot, Bulls. Let's go. Got to cross if you want it. Ha-ha! Got him, chat. All right. Did we get to 7? Well, Sam, did we get to 750 likes? Because I can't tell you about the first entry until we get to 750. You guys got it. If you want the secret sauce, if you want the special alpha, I'll tuck this up now. Make this free. Thanks, Neil. I'm just goofing around. I'm having a good day. So you got when the market's nice to you, it's okay to be stoked. It's fun. You got, as long as you're able to keep your there is such a thing as winner's tilt, but like we're all having a good time. So that's why I'm trying to party. It was 700. Oh shoot. No, sorry, BH. Yeah. I didn't mean to move the goalposts. I just forgot what I said. So yeah, 700 likes. I'll drop it. Nice, Fitz. I appreciate you liking the chat. How can you acquire the order flow? It's a lot like the Force. You just have to be born touched with it. That's how order flow works. And then Jim Dalton actually flies around looking for people who have been gifted with order flow. And then if if you're lucky enough to get to join him in his quest against the MMs and the dark forces in our market, you too can be a hero. Thanks, Brad. I'm glad you like that. All right, cool. I missed the chat because I was partying. Yeah, that was a Balrog there, Frank, for sure. Lift off for you fools. You guys are funny, man. You guys are a great chat. I love it. Oh man. Butter says this still feels heavy to me. I can't pick a direction. Might be too much chop for me today. So I agree. But that's why I just like to hone in on these moments, you know? Like this was an inflection point. And that's all you can really do is like try to find the inflection point and lean on it, and then be wrong if you're wrong, be right if you're right. That's it, man. I'll tell you, Chris H, why we got a bounce there. Didn't have anything to do with 25K. I don't really know why we got a bounce there, but I can tell you why I was in that trade for sure. At which is a total knife catch down here. So why aren't my fills showing up on this now? Oh, here we go. All right, there's my fills. Okay. Cool. Good. I still can't get my position tracker to switch to NQ. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I'm sure it's something. Stowe, if there is sell, okay, MA says Stowe, if there is sell delta, but we are going up, does that indicate passive buyer absorption? No, that's passive selling absorption. And okay, so well, it depends on what you mean by sell delta. I don't want to confuse what we're talking about here. So I view the blue team as passive selling, and I view the red team as passive buying. So what this means here is at these prices, so let's say 030 to 038, this is market orders crossing from the bid to the ask side. So this is market buying being met with a passive seller who is just sitting there absorbing the market buying. So that's where absorption comes into play, right? And then red team here. Now this is market selling that is crossing from the ask to the bid side and hitting the bid, but this is being met with a passive buyer. So that's how I view it. So this is bid delta to me. This is ask delta to me. And whichever team wins this, so like if these sellers were rewarded for their market selling and price went lower, then this passive buyer was wrong in the moment, not forever, because they could come back and mess around, but we're just in a trade for a few minutes, right? Now, if this market buying that crossed over wins and price goes higher, it's actually even nice that we popped it and came back and retested this exact spot, and now we're continuing to go. So if these dudes win, this means that this passive seller was incorrect for now, and this market buying was correct. So that's how I look at that. Hey, thank you, Colby. I appreciate you, bud. Sorry, Reverso. Am I jumping around too much? All right, I'll relax. I'll relax. I've had enough fun. I am stoked. I am stoked today. It was a good day. All right, let me hit the refresh on the likes. Let me see where we're at. They better be pumped. They better be juiced. 631. You guys are very close. You guys are so close. So close to the secret sauce. Nope. Fly it here. Good guess. Fly here says, did I buy because of the second VWAP deviation? No, I did not. I did not. Because I don't buy this unless this specific thing is happening. Because as you guys know, I've explained my rules a million times. This is not a buy for me unless it's something else. Nope, it wasn't the overnight gap, but that does help. It does help to have confluence with this setup. I'll come back and fight again down here, huh? Did they make anything lower than 1 micro? Isn't there like a really tiny contract? Nano, yeah. Thanks, Roxerface. Yeah. Nope. Reverso, it's not a proprietary squiggly line. It's very much not proprietary at all. Nope. Cali P sauce. It was not the single print. I don't personally look at single prints that come from another day. I don't find that they matter. Actually, I should have this turned off for them not to carry over. I know lots of people look at that like that represents bullishness. I just like single prints within the day. That's fine for me. And I just look at the existence of those single prints as a sign. So for the day only, and then I forget about it. Good guess though, Cali P sauce. Anybody else want to guess? Nope. Reverso. It was not delta divergence. I do not look at cumulative delta ever. Never, never, never. Good guess. Good try. Keep going. And it had nothing to do with the overnight low run, but that did help for sure. It's not a fib, Santiago. I do not use Fibonacci's. Or as Jim likes to refer to them, Fibonacci's. But I think that's just because Jim really likes Italian food. He's just always thinking about gnocchi, or gnocchi. Nope, it was not an accident, Ram. Good guess, though. Good guess. Not a poor low. Nope. Not a weekly, nope. Not a low volume node. It was not an LVN in any way. It had nothing to do with a volume profile. Keep guessing, though. Nope. Not the Asia range. Nope. Magic 8 Ball is very close. Up. Wait, is it? Oh, I got to open this. All right, cool. Sorry, I got so many windows over here. Holy Moses. We got subscriber count on screen. 149, 368. Dude, if we do it today, that will be so sick. Nope, not reclaim the lower band, Robin, but that's where I added. Yes. So I did add here. So this was my typical setup on this day type, was this add. I would have just taken this as my initial trade. Nope, not round number. Not round number. Good guess, though. Nope, not a volume taper. I'll give you a hint. It does not have to do with today's MGI at all. Nothing generated today in this RTH session has created this trade setup for me. It was generated yesterday. No, man, dude, it wasn't previous day high. I'm talking about this entry down here at, I think I got in at 98. Frankly, I'm tired of this previous day high seller. I can't believe we're back down here again. It is a business duck setup. Yes, you're right, Happy Crab. You are correct. You didn't look. All right, fair enough. Good guess anyway. All right, let's see where we're at. How many likes? This is a big like push for me today. This is probably the most I've shilled for likes. 653. You guys need 47 likes. That's it. We're going to get stopped on this runner. You're going to make me buy it again. I mean, it does seem only fair that we run this and reclaim it. What the hell is ES doing? Yeah, ES just puttering around down here. It probably needs to splash to 43, 42 area. Maybe, I don't know. Never know. But like, this isn't bullish at all. Nothing that ES is doing is very helpful at the moment for my cause on NQ. But we're okay. We got the points out of it that we wanted. Yes, we did. Oh yeah. No, Claudio, was not yesterday's close. That's close. I mean, that's a good idea. It was right there, but I bought well below yesterday's close. Good guess. Good guess. That's right. Pump the likes. We can get to 700. I know we can. I've seen Kane do it. I've seen everybody else do it. I don't think it was yesterday's point of control. No, yesterday's point of control was right here, actually, at 025. For NQ. Nope. Good guess, though. Good guess. JS, is this your fault? All right, I'm sure that stopped me out. Yep, there it goes. Okay, hold on. Now we're looking at ES. I might have to get into some knifey business down here. Same reason. There we go. I need this guy in my mouth. NQ back, testing its same spot. And ES has run it down to 42, 43. But like I told Ben, I'm not just going to buy this thing. I got to see somebody show up if we're going to get in. I wish I had another one. Really heavy. Really heavy. Really heavy. See this, the other thing, this delta map coloring keeps me out of this. You see it's flipping now. Just one. So much a man can take. Not great. Need this bid. Need this offer to pull off. What time is it? Oh, it's already after London's closed. Why are they messing with me like this? All right, so same theory down here. This is a bunch of bid that's trying to catch this knife, and now this is a seller here. All right, cool. So we're getting the bounce. For now. We got all these lows to clear. We got to get back above this seller that was rewarded. So, like, don't get excited. But we're in better shape, and we'll tighten that up too. Okay. Like it. Like it. Like it more. I'm going to really like it above 48. I'm feeling bad myself. Thank you, Shravan. Appreciate you, homie. Yeah, I'm in sync today. Some days you're in sync, some days you're not. That's just the way it goes, man. Pretty good, pretty good. No, I don't know who that was actually, Jeff. Oh, that was I think that was a Michigan Rattlers song. Yeah, Michigan Rattlers. They're like a country band, kind of. No, it wasn't Pivot. No. Pivot's nowhere near here, actually. Oh, let's go. Man, I feel like market's let me call shots today. This is crazy. That's right, JP. Yes. All right, now we got to get out of here. So, I mean, we're still trending down. These are still lower highs. So let's leave. Let's also I'll put the view up on here. Now I only got one lot on, so it's not the world's perfect scenario right now. All right, we're back in the thing. I'm gonna take my 6 points. Now, if this so this is another scalp, and I'll tell you exactly why I did it too, and I'll also tell you why I called 42 to 43 as soon as I got on with Chris. I don't know Kimmy. I still don't understand how to read an SMT. All right, let's refresh. How we doing? We're running out of time here, honestly. 683. You got 17 left. Can you do it? I might have to decide if this should be horseshoe rules or not.
But
anyways,
me go full influencer.
I'm trying. I woke up in full influencer mode today. That's for sure. Okay, we held VWAP from the low. That's nice. That makes this bounce even healthier. So I might have to get back in. We'll see. 689 fits. Nope, it was not the weekly VWAP. One standard deviation. Well, actually, it might have been. Hold on, let me look. But that's not why I took it. If it was, that was some awesome confluence then. Ooh, actually, it was. It was the weekly VWAP +1. Nice. I didn't even know that, Wraithy, but yes, it was, brother. Nice call. So let's pull that up while we're waiting for those final likes. I got NQ? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So right here, that was the weekly VWAP +1. Beautiful. Love to see it. That's so awesome. I love when this crap works and I'm not even looking at it. So sick. 695, baby. No way. That's Tuesday's high, Omni. Tuesday's dead to me. I'm only looking at yesterday. Yeah, with the LVN. I did have a lot of stuff going for me I didn't even know about. Okay, cool. I'll just tell you. You guys are close enough. Good job, chat. All right. If you guys watched my course video or whatever we're calling that thing, I talk about drawing, for the first week of the new month, marking the previous standard deviation closes of the monthly VWAP, right? I also do the same thing for the first 2 days of the week for the previous week's monthly or previous week's weekly VWAP bands, +1, +2, +1, mark the VWAP itself, -1, -2. And you can watch the video about that if you want, where I talk about how I use that for trend, blah, 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 right? Okay. Yesterday was a trend day, big trend day. I don't know why this works better the day after a big trend day. And it doesn't matter if the trend is up or down. And also the way I define trend day, it is discretionary, but it's pretty much a day that looks, all right, we're going into yesterday. It's pretty much a day that looks just like this. It spends the majority of time in its band, plus or minus, doesn't matter. And then it closes at the highs or it closes at the lows. And the bigger this day is, the more powerful this is, right? And these are, and this is important too, these are RTH bands that close at close and then reopen again. Post trend day, I mark these too for the day. And we got down here to 25. I think it's a little, these ones aren't doing it. Okay, so the way I mark it is at 5 o'clock. I let this thing get all the way to 5 o'clock, and that close for the previous day VWAP band +1 was 25.0450. Now, it's not ever to the tick, and you need to make sure that you see a buyer show up, which you can go back. I narrated that too when that buyer came in. But this spot holding and a buyer showing up here from the previous trend day, this is a sign that this is going to continue higher when it comes back to check this. Now, if we get back below this, I will also use the previous VWAP close itself post-trend day at 9:15, and I will look for a bounce here if a buyer comes in and we see delta. This is best used on a daily time frame post-trend day. Doesn't matter, trend day up, trend day down. And if we open above, look for these spots on retracements for buyers to show back up if this is a trend day up. And if it's a trend day down and we open below, look for, these spots to hold for continuation lower post-trend day. I don't know why this works or doesn't work, but it's good for scalping. You can do your own research, build some stuff around it if you want. But just something I noticed a million years ago, and I've made trade setups around it. That's how I initially got into profitable trading, just looking at those and figuring out setups based on that. So there you go. And now why'd I buy this knife down here, 42.43? Here it is. That's ES's previous day VWAP close post-trend day. Right there, 42.75. Right where this buyer showed up and said, I'm not done partying. Right there. You still got to wait for the buyer to show up. I mean, don't just take a level for no reason. But if you're struggling with how do I make my own levels, this is how you can find it. Just start looking at MGI. Just start looking at stuff and see if you can notice a pattern. Spend some time in replay and figure out if you can scalp some points off of it. Now, I only put one lot in, and I know in the context of the day that this is a down day. We are holding this trend down in ES. So when we got to the top of this band and there was still a seller here, I took my 5 points and left. You can do that too. You can even run, if you were really, really interested in this, you could even run some math on I don't know, what's my average MFE to May ratio on plays like this historically, and then maybe run that up against some different volatility environments. I don't know. You can be your own alpha if you want to. There's no secret sauce. So there you go. Oh, Andre, it's on paintingthetape.net. You can go there. I've also tweeted it. I'll pin it, actually. So, did we get to 700? You turkeys, did my like campaign work? 703. Woo! Good job, guys. Yeah, I mean, I've told you this. I told you this years ago. Hey, you're welcome, Chris. You're welcome. Pablo says, "Hey Sto, when is it likely that the price will take liquidity from a minimum or support itself at the minimum as it recently did at 25,000?" I don't know. I don't try to predict anything like that. I never know how much is going to be traded anywhere. Also, for what it's worth, I mean, we came down to 25K and bounced. I've also seen price come down to like 25.05 and bounce. It's just, round numbers matter sometimes. Sometimes they don't. You can't count on that. You have to look for that initiation activity somewhere in there. Yeah, MA. Yes. My next video is going to be about so the first video was all the VWAP stuff. So you can watch that and understand how I make decisions in understanding trend context with the VWAP stuff. So the next video is going to be, we're going to throw volume profile into that. And then the third video, we're going to throw delta at price or delta volume profile into that. And then I'm just going to make a bunch of execution videos where we just wrap it all together and see how these three elements all align for me to make execution possible off of the context that all the VWAP nerdery that I'm up to is doing. Jim's coming in.
Sto.
Jim, how about those likes, baby? I pumped it up today.
You did it, man. You absolutely did it. So yeah, I mean, you're going to be 50 years from now, when historians come back to this online trading thing and they do their analysis, they're going to say there was a paradigm shift forward in online future trading with respect to vocabulary once Sto started streaming back in 2025. We have VWAP nerdery.
Yes.
We have horseshoe exits and entries, horseshoe rules. I mean, I don't know how many others that you're going to get credit for, but they're beautiful.
Good. I'm glad if one thing I can contribute to the zeitgeist of all the trading jargon that already exists. That brings me joy.
God, I cracked up when you used horseshoes.
You got that's close. It's close enough. Get in.
Close enough.
See what happens.
I know you get a point. You get a point. Anyway, great job today, man. It's appreciate the pumping up on the likes and the subscriptions, everybody. We got the counter up on the screen. This is so awesome.
That's cool. We're gonna get it. Yeah. I see the light now at the end of the tunnel. This is gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always talking about the talent on the show, right? We have great guests, we have great talent on the show, better than any stream I've seen before. But we also have behind the scenes just great producers and great creative people.
Oh yeah,
these guys are unbelievable. So there you go.
And a really great chat too.
Oh well, the chat's the best. The chat is I have tears in my eyes sometimes. It's so good.
Yep.
Make an old man cry, people.
Sometimes the chat says stuff that we're all thinking, and it's nice to see. Oh, this girl, like, yeah, that's a joke I could make somewhere else.
Yeah.
But glad you typed it.
Yeah, but good job today, man.
Thank you.
I got to ask you, how is Discount Double Check fitting in Pittsburgh?
Oh, good. So good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked like a team last Sunday. That was cool. I also realized that I love a 9:30 in the morning football game. That was sick. Because they were in Ireland or whatever. I was like, oh man, this rules. And then there's more football at 1 and then more at 4. Yeah, we did a whole day. It was cool.
Yeah, it's crazy for me to say this out loud, but I got to get to Pittsburgh for a football game, even though it's like the weather's always miserable right in the winter.
Oh, that's part of it. You have to find joy in the pain of being outside. You lived in Chicago for a long time. That sucked too.
You know what? And that's the one I miss a lot about Chicago. I miss my community, my neighbors, my friends. I miss the NinjaTrader headquarters, all the people at NinjaTrader. I miss the city, the restaurants, the lake, but I do not miss the weather.
Yeah, you can keep that wind, huh?
Oh, yeah. Brutal. Any event, are you coming back this afternoon?
Yep, I'll be back. Me and the big cat. We'll be partying.
Awesome, man. All right, I got to ask Leo about that iPhone, but looking forward to that for sure. Trading to close, you guys, everybody. We will be back. We're going to do a really quick edge report right now. So hang tight with me, Stowe. Thank you so much, and let's
You're
get
welcome.
one more burst of thumbs up for Stowe. He's the best.
Thank you, chat. I'll see you in a bit.
All right. So different platform on my screen today. So if you're using Trade-O-Vate or NinjaTrader Web, this will look familiar to you. What market am I showing? Does anybody know? Anybody going once, going twice? Ticker symbol KC is up on the screen. Well, this is one of me and Deli's favorite markets here. There we go. Philip's got it. This is Arabic coffee, right? We get a lot of this from Brazil. It's traded on the ICE exchange. This is again, these are the softs they're called. And they're, interesting markets. The volume's not really big. You can see in the trading ladder here, there's not a lot of action going on right now, but it charts nicely, it trends nicely, and there's a great macro story behind this all of the time. The reason I have this up is, me and Mike Burke did a tutorial yesterday, a webinar tutorial on order entry using the web-based platform on the dome and on the chart. I'll let you know as soon as that recording is available if you guys are interested in this. I use this all the time, actually, because I'm traveling a lot or going to mom and dad Cags's or whatever it is. So I pop this up a lot. But in any event, this is we had this huge rally, right? We have these tariffs that are hitting Brazil, and that caused a little bit of an excitement in this market. Really nice retracement back down, and then boom, another pretty huge, strong rally up here. This is probably, I think, the initial. Some would say, well, this was, originally, if you go way back to April, you'll see a spike in prices, and you could blame the tariffs on it. I'm kind of thinking that's kind of corresponding with the launch of NinjaTrader Live in Delhi is just hitting that cappuccino espresso machine all day. That's probably part of it. But in any event, we have a high here, way back here from April 29th, and I just kind of drew that rectangle across just to kind of see where we're at. And then I also have a fib line here. I'm using harmonic fibs on this thing, right? Every 12.5 increments instead of the fib numbers. And I just kind of measured the trend, low to high. We didn't spend a lot of time above this high that we saw back here in April, but we're driving up there again. We're just kind of sideways now consolidating. This is resistance right now. So if you're looking for a swing trade or position trade, I'm going to use that anyway for me as my guideline of whether or not I want to be long or short. Right now, until we break through, I probably want to be short, but we'll see how it goes. In any event, I encourage everybody to try the web-based platform. It is super cool. Let's just talk also about RBOB gasoline. This is a monthly chart. And the reason I'm starting with the monthly chart is we have this area of support. This is similar to crude oil if you think about this, the 61s. But every time we pop up here, it's really nice support. Didn't quite get here. Support again, support again. But let's take a look at an intraday chart really quickly here. And this is RBOB gasoline, unleaded gasoline. And, this is a 5-day peak, right? Point of control, lower point of control, lower point of control, lower point of control, lower point of control. This is a nicely trending market, and we're about to break through that support level I showed you on a monthly. You'll see it more. You'll see it even better if you look at a daily chart here. So I'm going to keep track of this as well. Again, a tradable market. This is a good market to trade, to think about. It's a commodity. It's a little bit of a different market to look at. And I'll be talking with Shai about this more and more in the coming weeks. But we'll see if the sell-off continues right here. We have a really nice target here at S2, a little bit lower on the screen. So in any event, this is RBOB gasoline in play. Sellers are taking over. VWAP, forget about it. It's in the rearview mirror. And we'll see 5 days in a row, pretty nice action on the downside. Let's just take a look at a daily chart really quickly for the Bitcoin, because that is one of my favorite markets right now. Bitcoin is just driving higher. I mean, we broke through this. We created a triple top. We broke through a triple top, or someone would say, well, it's a double top where we broke through finally. That's true also. There's two ways to look at that. But right now we're tracking 120,000, almost 121,000 actually. And so these target wicks up here are definitely in play for the micro Bitcoin. Get a little bit of conflicting news about buying and selling at the corporate level, but there's that rectangle. That's my next target up here. This is looking super strong here on the October Bitcoin. Remember, it's a monthly contract. We're trading in October right now. So we'll keep our eye on it. No wick at the top of this candle. Moving averages all crossing upward, 8, 21, 50, all angling upward as well, arcing upward pretty strongly. And then we got this stochastic cross. What a great, again, this is hindsight, right? You don't always know. These indicators are delayed, right? So, but this turned out to be a great signal, the stochastic crossover. And remember, the crossovers or cross unders on the stochastics are more important, in my humble opinion, when the stochastic is between 20 and 80, not when it's over 80 and not when it's below 20. So in any event, looking for dips to buy the micro Bitcoin. All right, that is this afternoon, late morning edge report. We'll be back in a tad, 2:30. Me and Shai will kick it off. And then again, we're going to have Big Cat Leo and Stowe trading the close today. There's plenty of stuff to talk about, plenty of markets to look at, and a lot of movement happening. So thank you everybody for being here. Appreciate the subscriptions and the thumbs up. You guys are the best. Relax, get a walk in, a lunch, walk the dog, whatever. We're going to come back strong. Hopefully we'll see you back here at 2:30. Thanks for being here.